Hello, good morning. I'm so sorry that OBS crashed. But good morning. Hi, everyone. Hi, Tori. Hi, driver. Hi, Nikki. Okay, so enter the facility. Start any game. Not single player. Difficulty normal. Okay. Max players. I guess we'll just do 2, right?
Yeah, I believe.
Okay. You're hosting a public server without a password. Abiotic Factor is a co-op game. No, I'll set a password. Okay. Password is poop. Password is poop, all lowercase. Okay, and Abiotic Factor characters. Trade skills, items, equipment, and progress are tied to a given server. I need a job. Okay, who do I want?
So not only no sleep, but also no sleep and
Kill
having to
Brooklyn.
do stuff. Did you make a server yet?
I did.
What's the name?
Poop.
Poop.
And the password is poop. Can I invite you? Hold on, does that work? Let me see. Invite to game.
Join game. Okay, I just gotta pick my job.
Good morning, Oni. How are you? Welcome in. Wolfie, hello. Welcome in. All right. What do I want to do? Okay. Stealth.
Did you pick a job or no?
I'm on it right now. So the lab assistant is stealth. Medic. Defensive combat. Builder. Gardener. Chef. Throwing utility. Offensive combat. Blank slate. This job does not have any skill points. Crazy. Okay. Maybe I'll be either the builder or the botanist, maybe? Who are you thinking?
I'm thinking about the physicist or the researcher.
So the researcher is defensive combat. All right, so if you do researcher, I'll do builder.
Okay.
Okay. I wish you
Or
could.
should I
also wish you could be an
do you think I
armor.
should do the, if you do, comes the builder.
Archotechnic consultant.
That's construction and crafting. Okay.
Yeah.
Should I go with the food one then?
The food or the
first aid food.
botanist?
Yeah, should I do the bionomesis so we get food, cooking, and agriculture?
Ooh.
I mean, combat's combat. Like, we should be able to kill things.
I think that's a medic. You gain extra first aid when crafting medical items.
Yeah, that's probably more important.
Yeah, fair.
Okay, negative traits, positive traits. How much you get? 9.
Yeah, I get 7 to start with. Okay. Select positive and negative traits for your character. Okay. Weak blood. I can't hold it very long. Toilets are increased by 15. Oh, okay. Sprinting. I want more XP, I think. Love cooking. 2 extra hotbar slots.
Yeah, I took that one. I went Dry skin and obvious for my negatives, and then self-defense fanny pack.
Dry skin. You get thirsty. I think I'm gonna do weak bladder.
I'm gonna have to PP.
I think I'm gonna PP.
I mean, with your Pinxel brand diapers.
That's true.
You're
Asthmatic.
powerful.
Lose stamina. Feeble. You have 25% lower maximum health and break your bones more frequently? No thanks. Alright.
Need bones.
I'll do that one. And then what can I get? I can get naturally moist, or I can get inconspicuous. Oh, no, I'll get buff brainiac. Okay. Yes, I'm ready. Don't know how long you'll be around. That's okay, Wolfie. Hello.
Ah, you're stuck here too, eh? I came down from level 8 for a coffee. Now I'm locked in here.
Is
for
Dirge around?
God knows how long. It'll be those fools on level 3 overreacting again.
Oh, hi. I like your little fanny
Whoa.
pack.
Yeah.
See
Look
if
at
you
my
can
very feminine character here.
But
I like your little ascot.
he's
Thank you.
insufferable.
Open the cafeteria door.
Okay. Alright. Running. Okay, not bad. Elevator. Open the cafeteria door. What's this do? Power socket. Connect. Oh. Come here. Where's your butthole, Dirge? Come here.
It's powered already.
Are you
It's so
sure?
powerful.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure. If we get a screwdriver, we can take apart the vents, I think.
Ooh, a first aid kit. Open. What is this? Gloves. Oh wait, take all. Okay. I got a first aid kit. Glowing syringe.
Okay.
Can I give it to you? You are not injured. Target is not injured. Okay. Okay. Excuse me. Kick. Cannot open from this side. Kick. Okay. Low transit.
That doesn't look good.
My mom told me she needs to get her dog diapers because she's not able to hold it anymore, even in her sleep. Oh, when they can't do it in their sleep is when you know there's a problem. I found a grate.
Yeah, but I don't know how to get it off.
I just
oh,
did
did
it.
you open it?
Yeah. Oh, there's only duct
You're so
tape in here.
strong.
There's just duct tape in here.
Can we get up?
Oh, here's another grate. Hold on. Dismantle. Oh, this one's it. Yeah, here we go. Scrap. Duct tape. Scrap.
You can sneak past certain enemies, or you can take them head on.
Is he sleeping or is he...
I think so. In Half-Life, there were ceiling guys with like little tentacles. I think those things just stay where they are.
I meant that guy. Is he asleep? Is he dead?
Oh, I think he's more than asleep.
Oh, he's dead. Carbuncle. Okay. You may want to craft some
wanna
throw
craft
nets
some
for
throw nets.
self-defense. Craft. Thanks. You created your very first item all by yourself, probably. It was by myself. I did it.
You're so proud of me, game.
I caught him! Now what do I do?
Yeah, I think that's what we
Ah!
found him. You just no. Maybe Pink, we're just supposed to run away from him. I think.
Well, I
We don't have
wanted
a
to
weapon.
grab them. I wanted to pick them up and collect them.
We don't have weapon yet.
I know that. Wait, did you go in the hole?
Hi, I'm in the hole.
I am in the hole. Expand to not just people diapers? You know what? It's true, Nikki. I could build my empire. You can dismantle certain objects. Oh, like these pipes, you mean? Oh, a leg injury.
Actually, this is the only room I specifically remember, and I think it's because we had to keep coming back here for pipes at one point.
Dismantle. Pick up. Dismantle. Pick up. Alright, my leg injury. Heal self. Better. Okay. Do.
Oh, if you get close enough, you can stomp 'em.
Looking for a gift for a friend of mine who loves cooking. Any thoughts? Cooking.jpg. Shiv. We need a knife, apparently. I think is what it's telling us. We can't cook until we've got a kniff. After that. Oh, we are in the kitchen. Oh, here's a kniff. Nice stab. Ah.
Are you dying?
I'm dying, but so is it. So is it. It is also dying.
Alright, there.
I killed!
You're so strong.
To use the bandage. Bandage. Does he not give me looties? Do I cut him up? Oh, you cut him up. Oh! You cut him up, Dirge.
Cutty.
You cut him up into little pieces. Oh my gosh, I picked up a frying pan. Oh, bug. Bug. Industrial stove, select item. A frying pan. Cannot bake frying pan. Cooked pork chop. Bug. Cannot bake raw pest from. Why? Why can't I cook that? That seems silly.
I'm rapidly losing warmth.
Rapidly losing warmth. Why am I cold? Oh, because I was in the freezer?
Here we.
Because it's a freezer.
Hello? Over here.
Hello, there's a thing eating this, so...
Stop!
I killed it.
Crap, dang.
I did it. Hello,
Oh,
Dr. Jaker.
you're new.
What's... I will
Looks like
stab
that
you in the
little
face.
pest damaged the power system. Can you get someone to fix it? But hurry, would you? I'm not enjoying standing around out here. It was hours last time, and I don't feel safe at all.
Okay, we need a power supply, and then I can make a crafting table.
Door control, modern, requires an energy brick. Okay, so this is where the... what you call it left off, the demo left off.
Pretty much. I think we opened that door, and that was it.
I have tech scrap, but I'm full. Alright, how do I craft? Do we have to research though again? Is that how you do?
How you do? I've unlocked all the research for the stuff I've found so far.
Energy brick. I'm so smart.
Where'd you find it from?
I just learned it with my brain.
Oh my
'Cause I'm
God.
so freaking smart.
You're like a pro.
And I learned the crafting bench.
Uh-huh.
Pens. Okay, I need to find pens to make it. What, Shiv? Is that Shiv? What's this? A plastic shield, you say, eh? What What is this? Requires powered
I-
crafting bench. Oh, we have to put a crafting bench down to do some stuff. Okay, that. As a guess, amazing. I'm amazing. I'm a gamer. Boom bait.
No. Oh, my legs.
Okay. I need to pick up some stuff. How do I?
That's where we came in. I'm an idiot.
Should probably make some, what you call it, soon. Storage.
Yes.
Broken. Feel free to use for parts. Oh, there we go. I have so many computer parts I can't pick up over here. And a weapon I can't pick up. Alright, hold on. Hold on a second. What's going on? Can be scrapped at repair bench. Alright, what if I build a repair bench here now?
You open the door for
Hi,
me?
can I open that for you?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Look at all this stuff.
I think I can help.
You have $5. Buy a coffee. Oh, we can put stuff in these cupboards for now. I want to scrap my supplies. Hold on.
I think that's where we lived before,
I
funnily
think this
enough.
is too, yeah. Right, I need a power supply
Okay.
unit to put this though. Wait, where's the there's an
I'm
outlet
crafting
here
the
somewhere.
bench right now.
Okay.
There's the crafting bench.
All right, how do I drop? Okay, pick that up. Okay, this go here. All right, we have to put it in front of the outlet. Use screwdriver to build. Do you have a screwdriver?
I have two. I can give you one.
Ooh. Yeah. Let's pick this up to build things. I will build. Use screwdriver to build. Oh, okay, like literally. Nice. Okay, now this to there. Yay! Use. Wait, how do I break down my... Here, go backpack. Alright. Scrap that. Wait, no. Wait, how do you scrap? Crafting and research. Oh, scrap. What? Yeah, see, it says can be scrapped at, oh, repair bench, not crafting bench. Okay, that makes more sense. That makes more sense. What is this? Shift's counter, repair and salvage station. Here we go. Okay. So you. There we go. Okay. Storage crate. This one. Okay. Storage crate. Cool. Okay. Just start unlocking all the things for everything.
What I'm trying to do.
Makeshift battery. sweet. Okay. Okay, I need to find some more cloth. It's papers you can't pick up. There we go. Okay, so that's how you break stuff down. Are you putting stuff in these cabinets?
Yes.
Whoa.
To keep you on your little toesies.
Whoa, everything just comes back.
What do you mean loot?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it respawns.
It just respawned in front of my eyes, is what I'm saying.
Oh, I don't think that's supposed to happen.
Pick up this. So this. Need an experienced truck driver? Honestly, it's not necessarily a bad idea.
If Jaeger thinks I'm crawling through the fence to let him in, he's got another thing coming.
Navigate to the journal.
Yeah, Grandma? 2 in the morning.
Alright, I need one more cloth scrappy. Do you have any? Do we have any?
Make some real quick. There you go. Right where the couch was.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, you can smash stuff.
Yeah, you can just break it down too. Okay, so
Smash.
yeah, smash. That's exactly what I meant. All right, put there. Yay! Now I have more space. Yay! All right, we're supposed to be making a thing, an energy
Yeah,
brick.
that makes it battery, I believe, right?
Yeah. All right, so let's do this. And okay, so I can make an energy brick. Yeah, I need to make an energy brick first. Okay, energy brick first. And then I need a coil and a metal scrap. Why is that happening? Yeah, coil and a metal scrap. There's metal scrap.
I have 1 piece on me.
Hurry!
Coil.
No metal scrap.
Yeah, coil is what we need to find now.
They're
You
craftable.
need to open the door now.
Oh.
Coil, please. A coil, please.
If you were a coil, where would you be? Is the real question.
Can you just break stuff, even if it doesn't have like a breakdown button?
And the ladies' room is fucking full of monsters.
Yeah, that's usually how it is.
True.
Flabebe escaped, guys. You didn't get the Flabebe.
I have the 24 karat gold Labubu.
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 Oh my gosh. Alright, coil.
Forgot there was a pooping minigame.
There's a pooping minigame.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. There's nothing on this side. Alright, are we screwed? Did we screw ourselves out of a coil or some shit? Oh wait, I found a little thing. Hold on. This doesn't go anywhere.
No, like another door open in the men's room with some monsters. Oh no, wait, that's the storage closet I was already in.
Oh yeah, the fan. That's right. We turn that off later. Ew, don't do that. Oh. Sure, that makes a lot of sense, I suppose.
Copper coiling usable in crafting. It looks like it's part of a light fixture.
There's a light on the desk where the camera is, or the computer is, I mean. You can just smash the shit out of that.
Maybe. I'm just guessing based on how it looked.
Oh. Fair.
Yep, you can disassemble this.
Oh, you had to have the screwdriver out. That makes sense.
New recipe, new idea, test tube, wall torch. My thing was broken though, so I couldn't smash it.
Okay, this is backwards. Okay. That makes sense. Did it give you a coil?
I wasn't able to break it because I didn't. My toy broke. So it's in one of the cabinets, and you gotta place it and then smash it.
Okay. Doesn't look like it's taking any damage. Well, let's
Yeah, I
try
got
this
nothing.
guy. Yeah, it's not taking damage. Interesting. Okay.
Oh, you actually learn a recipe from reading the email?
Yeah. Alright, so what else? Alright, wall lamp. What is this? Test tube.
Oh, wait. Pink, did you set it down before you try to smash it like this?
Yeah, it doesn't take damage. That's how I smashed everything. Like, everything else is smashed because I was just sitting there wailing on that shit.
But Dr. Yeager, no one cares about you.
A landing
Everybody
cushion?
said-
That's so funny.
Everybody says, Dr. Yeager, you're a bitch.
You need to open the door now.
Do these break at all
Get it
ever?
open.
I think we're missing something.
Please.
Oh, that was me.
Wait, no, it just looked like it just made glass. I guess not.
Hurry.
Alright, Dr. Yeager, I just gotta find a fucking fuse. Chill.
Break the ceiling fixtures? I don't know if it can because my thing's broken, so I can't really tell.
Alright, well,
You need to open the door now.
you need to shut your mouth. 2 wood, plastic. Wood.
Hey, view skills. Oh, apparently if I heal you, you get 5 HP.
Oh,
That's one of my skills for the, medical.
that's nice.
Yeah, do you still have a working weapon?
Uh-huh.
Do you think we can break through some of these grates, or is that... Because there's this room back here.
We can try.
On the other way from, where we went to the air docks.
Hold on.
I guess I
let
could
me
probably
look
try
at
to
here.
crash make a weapon.
Get it open.
Or I can just drop this one for you. Or here, I put it up here. Okay, go. Frying pan. Pressured watch. Alright, so how do I unpin?
There's a button whenever you go to your things, it'll just let you unpin all.
Unpin, okay. A vacuum, what does that even fucking do? Good for sucking up items and small critters. Okay. This is for water bottle. Can we fill the bottle and use some crafting? Okay. Alright, so what do we need?
Just the coil, I think.
No, like what are we making at the end of everything?
Makeshift battery, I thought.
Energy drink. Yeah, I did it. It's just energy.
Why didn't you just do it?
Because that's why I asked what we were supposed to make.
Why didn't you just do it?
Help!
Sorry.
Help! I killed him. I did it. I did it. I did it.
Here, I just.
Can we farm him? No? Okay. I saw we. Here, come here. Here.
But I don't have neither. We don't have radiation, Pink.
Well, we do now.
I'm gonna try to
Hold
make a
on.
bandage.
I have
to
one.
heal
I have one. Here, where'd you go? Oh wait, you don't need heals. I need heals.
No, I was gonna heal you because then you get hydrated.
Oh, yeah, you should have healed.
But that's
Okay,
not
we
that big a
continue. Yay! The peccary.
Attention. Enhanced security protocols are now in.
Oh yeah, I remember this asshole.
Please locate
Look,
security
I don't know
personnel and
what's
follow
going on.
evacuation
They don't
procedures.
tell me squat on a good day, and this isn't a good day. But if the big voice says get out, I'd do what she says. Elevators are dead, so head for the main tunnel in manufacturing on level 2. There's maps over there. But me, I'm staying right here.
Yeah, you stay there, loser.
All your canned peas.
Security bot is hibernating. Oh yeah, that's right. That shit happens at night.
Oh yeah.
Where does this go? The tram is locked at another station. Well, shit.
Well, shit.
Well, shit. Oh, it's got a little bit of rumbly going on. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
What's the rumbly for, friends? Fire's hacking.
Insufficient.
Got the hacker.
Is it just me?
That's right, I killed both y'all. My broken knife. You're no match for my broken kniff.
This is Dr. Derek Mance. Today,
Pipe Club,
I discovered
yes.
that Dr. Stern's latest
Pens,
software
we need those.
experiment was simulating the entire facility. A
Yeah, I think those are our first
microcosm of
projectiles.
Cascade, every staff member within it, even myself, I gather. When I asked about it, he claimed to be trying to find a way to accelerate our research. I inquired about the ethical considerations, and he just looked at me blankly. The man is a genius, but more dangerous to this facility than most of its subjects.
I need a weapon. I gotta go back.
An exceptional scientist, all the same.
I do love that the stuff like sprinting has skills. Something so satisfying about that for me.
Oh, I found a coil! Alright, hold on. I need to drop something to pick it up. Wait, can I eat this? Consume. Okay. Alright, coil. Coil.
No, I'm running further in, not out. Dr. Shepard, I can't help you.
Yeah. How do I go back now? We gotta go back. This way? Yep. Okay.
So you can turn wood into paper scrap, which you can turn into cloth. By the way.
Mm-hmm. Okay. A makeshift flashlight. A plug
The
strip.
Chopinator.
A portable stove. Really? That doesn't even make sense.
Alright, we need couches and cloth. Make a bed.
Alright, what did we need the thing for? Did we not even need it anymore?
Probably not.
So that can go, that can go. Oh, pens. We needed pens for something. But I don't remember what it was. Alright, I want to go back and finish getting that loot. But I gotta be careful because the robot's gonna come get me. Yes.
I'm rapidly losing warmth.
It's not even that cold, bitch. Chill.
Don't even worry.
Oh no. Is the robot booting up?
I mean, it's gotta be pretty close to nighttime.
Yeah. You are uncomfortably chilly. No, I'm not.
No, I'm not. Don't be lying.
Now I'm not chilly. A peccary helmet, a pipe club, a medium sign, a makeshift screwdriver. Drink water.
It is. No, it's 11 a.m.
Oh, okay.
You get tea, it checks your watch and the temperature.
Ah. I see, I see, I see. Dangerous radiation when ingested. What is that noise? Squelchy.
You have to ask, you can't afford it.
The little squelchy noise is very strange. What's up, Autumn? Welcome in. How are you? That doesn't break down. How do I open the microwave with food? There's food in here. Okay. Medium sign. Wow, I guessed. Okay.
I thought I was there, but I'm still here.
Who
Am I?
is speaking?
I'm here, but
Some lady I found on the ground.
there?
I'm just like, who is speaking?
Bitch, where are ya?
Wow.
No, I meant the one talking in your ear.
That's what I'm saying. Wow. Who is that? Wow. Alright, so what's our objective? Like, what's our fucking... Main of the office sector is through manufacturing west. Decorate sector via manufacturing. Skewered by something wild?
Yeah, it was my fault. Office cafeteria. Okay. Oh, and you don't lose your items? That's perfect. Or your toolbar, at least.
Do we have a map? No. Oh, we do have a map. It's in our items. Wait.
Yeah, you pick up one whenever you come to an area, kind of like Resi.
Interesting. Okay, manufacturing west, it says. Why do I hear little pizzas? I hear Pete's. Oh, button. Oh no, power. Okay. Is this blue? Yeah, glue. Oh, I just heard screaming. And feet. And big feet. Oh my. Oh my. Okay. So emails are important. See, I see. Oh, I have the hiccups. Yeah, get fucking killed on, dude. I killed them. Oh, another one. Hold on, come back. Let me kill you too. Come here.
You have been slaughtered by my gamer skills.
Ooh.
Assistance!
No,
Anyone!
he does big explosions.
Oh, you were skewered. Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
He does big
How'd that
explosions.
Good boy. I don't think they used to explode. I feel like we fucked those guys up pretty regularly.
Pretty regularly, yeah.
We played for like 5 hours, I think, last time.
Something like that.
I'm coming towards you.
I know, I'm just walking slow.
Oh, God. Up and over. Oh, you're in the pool segment?
Yeah.
Oh, God, get it. Out of your cart one's full. Window.
Oh, wait, no, yeah, I'm on the other side of the pool, though, yeah. Bleeding out. It's okay. My body is, like, really close to the reception area, so I can just come back. Get my trail of blood.
Probably isn't the right direction, seeing as there was shit to break.
It's all good. It's all good. I'm literally right outside of, reception.
I have failed.
You have failed. Oh, office cafeteria, I suppose, then, huh? Yeah. Okay. And then this way. And then this way. My death will not be in vain. Janitor closet. Hello?
I thought they were coming to help, but they weren't gatekeepers. They started shooting. I wasn't trained for this. I'm just a receptionist.
Walkie-talkies.
Oh yeah, for the procs, yeah, probably.
That's crazy.
Ow.
Locked. It's locked elsewhere. Oh, hell yeah. I have a new backpack. That gives me more storage. Oh, wait, can I take this?
So it's important to
Storage.
remember that resting is key
Oh,
to
I did it. I
staying in
didn't
good
break
health.
it. Nice. I have a couch
Simply
for us to
taking a
use for
moment
bed.
to sit down, even on the
Heck
floor,
yeah.
will give you the energy boost you
I just
need to
found
get through the day.
tomato seeds.
Nice. Oh, I found another door that needs another power thing. Okay. Security. Can't go that way. Okay, that's fine.
Another
Oh, there's lots of
coil.
stuff in there. Take a map. Okay, you won't let me. It's fine.
Oh no.
Huh.
I have so much stuff.
You're gonna have to get a backpack.
I have the mini one.
Drink water. Package. Right. Oh, I'm heavy. Oh no. Okay, I'll come back. Very heavy, but I'm coming back.
You broken your leg. Ark with the raid. What's up, buddy?
An Arcstar raid.
I was watching him play Abiotic Factor for a little bit before we got together.
You were playing Abiotic?
Dr. Derek Mance reporting. Research director.
Oh, here's a
We
kitchen.
now
Okay.
believe IS-17.
How are you enjoying this? I like it. So we played the demo.
IS-173. Almost certainly 173.
Next Fest like what, like a year ago, year and a
Yeah,
half
a
There may
while
also be
ago.
a fourth state we have not yet encountered. I believe she may be correct.
And we
If this is
planned on
correct,
picking it up
there's
at
an
some point,
extraordinary
and
shift in
just
our understanding.
finally came together for Pink's Annie that the full release came out. It's fun. I enjoy it. I think the crafting system's kind of unique.
Mm-hmm. Right, I definitely have to come back here. There's so much stuff in here. Holy shit. Okay.
Yeah. Food situation, yeah, I remember that being one of the first struggles. Just because, like, they kind of throw everything right at you.
Yeah.
Pipe and scrap for that.
There should be everything in the cabinets.
Yeah.
$4:50 p.m.
So if you've picked up any money, you can hit up the vending machine. So like I've got my couple bucks, I can take it to that vending machine out there and buy food. Chef's counter.
All right, I've got a couch for us. I've got a water thing for us too.
If you give me the couch, I've got everything.
You have the couch?
No, I have everything else to make it.
Oh, you can make a bed? Oh, here.
Yeah.
Drop. There you go. 300. There's a water thing to keep us hydrated.
Super scrap. Wait, what?
Fish prepping. Why are we using fish prepping?
Well, sometimes, you know.
Requires power. Oh, we're gonna have to make a power strip.
We should have some around. Oh, you mean like the, yeah.
Yeah. Alright, so it's 1 power supply, 2 metal, 1. Oh, we're running low on stuff already.
The wrong thing.
I'm gonna go back to... Oh, I didn't mean to get coffee. Whatever. I'm gonna go back to that room and start getting all that stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. What time is it? Is it getting too late? 6 p.m. Maybe not.
There it is. Makeshift bed. Yeah.
Resting
You
slowly.
guys know
and
it's
really
Wednesday. So also, Ark, if you get the knife out of the kitchen, you'll get the recipe for the shiv, and then you use the shiv to cut apart the monsters.
It says something's in the way. Oh, I was in the way? Wow, rude. Lie down. Wow. Oh wait, is that a bet? Is that a game? Jump and dream. Wow. Okay.
You have a dreaming minigame?
Yeah.
Oh, Broseph, were you supposed to be playing games with Ark today and didn't wake up? Is that why you're like, wow, I didn't realize today is Wednesday?
Oh, wow. Wow.
That's so funny.
Broseph would never do such a thing, though. What is this? Who is screaming, and why are you screaming?
Slept instead. Classic sleepy stuff.
What is this? Is this a lever? All right, so definitely one of those. Okay, don't know what that's for, but that's for Chopinator. Shock trap.
We probably need a thing that I was gonna say and then immediately forgot about.
Ah, yes, the thing. Ah, yes, the thing. Walkie-talkie! A heater, huh?
Plastic scraps.
Okay, what's this? Oh, yeah, I want to make the crossbow.
That's what shoots the pans.
Hell yeah. Made from office supplies. And a peccary club. Okay, so this plus this plus this plus this. Crazy. Makeshift bolt. Yeah, pens and okay, okay. So yeah, the crossbow shoots the pen bolts.
If you have not already evacuated the facility, consider this your top priority. Have a wonderful and productive evening.
Okay, interesting.
Oh, that's gonna drive you insane.
Alright, can we start making boxes yet?
Already did. Made 3 of them.
Nice. Oh my gosh, they
Got
stack.
you.
Alright, cool. What time is it? It's
And the
8
top one's
PM.
crooked, and I literally said, you're gonna hate this.
I do hate it. It's fine.
Everything is fine.
Why does it keep waking me up?
I think you're not EP. Why are you damaged? Is that why you're trying to eep?
No, I'm trying to make the day go so I won't get attacked by the thing when I go outside.
We're not EP.
No, I know, but I want to go into the other area, but the robot's probably out.
Send you to sleep.
Oh, thanks. Nope, and immediately wake up again. Okay.
Anyone else getting a bit hungry?
Hungry?
Hungry? Are you hungry? I need to get my death loot here. Open. Give me all this. Give me all this. Amazing. Okay. There's so much stuff in here. Look at it. There's oil. And seeds. Test tubes. Oh my gosh.
Oh no, now it's dark. Now it's dark. Now it's dark. Now it's dark.
Is the robot coming for me? Is he gonna eat my booty?
Gonna get that butt.
You're gonna get my booty. Oh no. Well, lead vest. Oh, come here to me.
Ooh.
So get this vest.
Karate helmet.
I captured an anomaly.
Oh?
I don't know what that means, but I just captured an anomaly. Ah!
Are you getting anommed?
Yeah, I killed him, but yeah, that was scary. Oh my gosh, there's so much stuff in here. Oh, there's another vest?
Oh.
Okay, hold on, hold on. We're gonna have to come back here, because there's definitely
Alright,
stuff
got
in here. Something's here.
Working hard or hardly working?
All vacant perforations will be resetting in 3, 2, 1. Reset complete.
Does that mean he's not chasing us anymore? Oh no, he's still after us. Oh lord, he coming.
Oh lord, he coming.
Alright, so let's swap that. Equip. There we go. I can shoot that way. Okay. Oops. Close.
Dr. Derek Mann's
Close.
reporting, Research Director. We now believe IS-171, or the carbuncle.
When
as
do...
Peters was
It's 2
calling it,
a.m. Okay, hold
is
on.
the larval form of IS-173, and almost certainly 178. Dr. Pendleton speculates there may also be a fourth state we have not yet encountered, and I believe she may be correct. If this is correct, it is an extraordinary shift in our understanding.
Oh, hey. Look, there's a bunch of stuff in here if you have more room.
I mean, I can try to pick up what I can pick up. Maybe we can
Condense some
back.
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got soil bags.
Alright, I've got metal scrap, wood plank, paper scrap,
Okay.
hoses, tech scrap.
There's
Perfect. Perfect. Okay, enjoy, Wolfie.
okay, I got everything out.
Hydrochloric acid, soil bags, another screwdriver.
I don't know if those are worth picking up still. I think once we get the repair bench, we can break them down. So I think they might have like good.
Yeah.
Oh, there's test tube up there.
Just two?
Yeah, I can use them to make medkits for us.
Yeah.
Maybe we can sneak a little
My weapon's
nap
broken.
in the break room.
I see him. I see his little pink head. There he is. Got him. Got him.
Little bozo guy. Plastic scrap here. Lead vest.
Yeah, you can just like equip it. Morning. Good morning. Good morning. There's a whole office over here.
Go back to base and drop stuff, huh?
Yeah, same.
Is key to staying in good health.
Ooh, manufacturing.
Sit down, even on
Right, no, I got distracted.
Or control module is what we need next.
Oh, I just want a big fucking circle like a Dumbo. Like a Dumbo.
Like a dingus.
Like a dingus.
Security measures. Please remain in place. and
Biscuit
wait
woke
for
me up, so I would carry him to the windowsill. Does that make sense? I get that. He's not wrong.
He knows what he wants. Can't blame him.
Hungry. Shut up. Oh, I forgot how good the locker room is.
Yeah, we're gonna have to come back to a lot of these things. Honestly.
Shift crossbow, throwing bolt. I got another karate helmet here. Okay.
What's this do? An indecipherable entity that appears to respond to glass and has peculiar attraction to plant life. So what do I do with anomalies?
Anomalies, like if they're like SCP style things, they probably have in-game upside downside for recipes and stuff. Maybe like you can add them to farms and stuff like that.
No, it says.
Also, I don't know if you saw with the game coming out, but there's like a pocket dimension at some point. Where like you have like a home area.
That's interesting.
Bench upgrades. Also mentioned to passively heal nearby players. Item transporter. Nearby containers. Oh, these are cool.
Just keep going for loot. Listen, I'm not a fan of the noises. Please keep them to a minimum.
Food.
Boogin me.
Keep them to a minimum, please. I just found a gaseous nest that I,
That seems useful.
yeah,
You know,
packed it up.
you're looking for
take
your
it home.
gas.
Mm-hmm. Pack it up, take it home. Cafeteria. You're in a safe space. You're in a safe place. But you found an anomaly too. Oh, I can drink some coffee. Oh, look at that.
Is there a bathroom nearby?
Oh, I have to go pee?
Yeah.
Where do I pee?
The bathrooms, by the front area.
Oh, that makes sense. It doesn't.
There's a poopy mini game.
Oh my gosh. Ease passage. Is that squeezing? Am I squeezing right now? Okay, I want patty.
Go Patty.
Don't need to do that
Are
yet.
you so
Okay.
proud of me?
Thank you.
Take these wooden clubs. Oh, shit.
Huh.
So the security guard will trade us stuff. You can buy peas off of him.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we haven't discovered what it is that he wants, because it says you haven't discovered the item he wants to trade, but,
It's still pretty cool, though. That'll be good to know in the future. In the future.
I am ravenous. Shut up. I don't care.
I've got a radiation tingle.
We have the pills for that.
Oh, I was just saying it was funny because it said tingle.
Good.
I have a tingle in my swingle.
Time to go back to the pool.
Oh, come on. Don't even act like that, silly game. Silly game.
I got rubber band balls for our crossbows.
Okay. Coming back. My flashlight is charged. First aid, level 1. I'm just carrying a pipe with me. So I think we just interact with all the computers we come across, honestly.
I'm pretty sure that's the dealie. But I mean, even if they don't tell us which way to go, it seems like some of them have recipes.
Mm. Organize these two. Yeah, so there's pills and pills. Wood and pipe.
The repair bench. Got here, craft and repair and salvage. Coil anvil. So anvil is what we need to find.
I may soon need the facilities.
You gotta go poopy, it says.
You said I gotta go poopy.
Yeah, you gotta go
do you have a helmet here? I got you a helmet. On the ground.
Cool. Oh, awakey time, I guess.
Pipe, plastic, metal.
Who's B? Oh. I'm gonna sit on the floor.
Yeah, you can't just sit on the floor, yeah? I gotta go poopy.
Boo boo boo. Alright, and then tab and then X. Very hungry.
I'm hitting the vending machine button a bunch of times. You wanna come over here?
Yummy. Yummy. Salts.
Is that my stomach?
You must eat soon. I just fucking did.
Oh man, this is a big poopy. I poopied earlier and it definitely was not this long of a mini game.
Sheesh. Sheesh. He got that poop. He got that poopy. Over here.
Plastic.
It's locked elsewhere. Okay. Oh no. No, sir. I don't. I can't right now, sir. Oh, I'm gonna die. Yeah. Okay, listen. Don't put a hole there if you can't climb in it.
Made you present. There you go.
Wow. Yay. Can I go upstairs? Oh my gosh, I can't. Do you just load this with stuff?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's just like a
Storage.
yeah, like a portable storage kind of deal.
It's pretty sweet.
So it's important to remember that resting is key to staying in good health.
Pick. Not open from this side.
Healing. Lying down for a short nap is the optimal way to getting back to your ideal physical condition. Getting adequate rest is...
I think. Oh, this is so funny. I don't know if I need full reverse controls on a cart, but it is pretty funny.
No, I want to break everything. I want it to break. I want 100% chance of break. %100% chance of break. All break all the time.
All break all the time. All break all the time.
All breakings. A makeshift spear.
Open. Okay, so yeah, the cart has a full... Like, it's bigger than my makeshift backpack.
Open. Oh, shit. That.
Soldiers came through. They locked down manufacturing.
Wow.
Wanted information about the silos on level 3.
Level
They weren't
3.
gatekeepers. They were something else. I couldn't tell them anything. But if you can find a power cell, we can use a forklift to open the door. Get out of here through the surface tunnel.
Okay, so that's our actual quest objective. Okay. Just the hole you fell in?
Papers. Yeah, probably.
Like a proper hole, but it's at the default.
Pens. Pens.
You should be able to make the crossbow. I think we have everything.
Yeah.
I just haven't because of the no repair bench. It's like that. I don't know if I want to make it yet.
Yeah, well, we need what you call it for.
Dr.
We need
Mann's
power for
reporting.
the repair bench.
IS-178.
We have power everywhere, though.
Yeah, but we have to make a strip so that we can plug more than one thing into our outlet.
Is more intelligent than it first seemed. In fact, it grows smarter and more capable over the course of its life cycle, before morphing into the later life cycle phase. Dr. Manbanco even managed to teach it a few simple tricks, with only minor burns, I believe.
So these logs, are these, oh, it's Wednesday. Find someone who knows about power cells. How many power cells to operate the forklift sorting? Okay. Someone in the office sector will know where to locate power cells. Okay.
Kind of where we've been fucking around in.
Okay, so it tells you how you can increase each stat as well. So, like, for example,
That's cool.
strength, it says, like, XP is gained by traveling with a heavy inventory. Throwing. By throwing weapons, grenades, throwable devices. Okay. Fortitude. Oh, fortitude is by taking damage. That's funny. Oh, okay. So at each...
Yeah, you get like little things.
Yeah, I see. Okay.
Yeah, it's a cool system. It's kind of like a mix of like your normal survival crafting system with like Project Zomboid, kind of.
Yeah, yeah. It's I'm digging it. I'm digging it.
I knew this game was gonna be a banger.
We just never got around to it for whatever reason.
Which is so rare to get like a semi-tight story-based survival crafter.
I'm imagining there's got to be a bigger storage container at some point too.
Ooh, supply, crossbow, bad bots.
Yeah, I did that one. That's why I got the crossbow.
Anvil. Check the supply closet on level 3 by the silo. Okay, so level 3 we gotta get to get the anvil. That was actually me physically reading with my eyeballs.
Wow, you can read?
They didn't even like put a quest marker on the map. I read that.
Wow. You're so smart. Okay.
It is crazy that like as gamers we don't do that anymore generally.
Yeah, we just like,
oh wait,
I
I had to read. Wait, you didn't just put that in my quest log? The fuck's wrong with you, dude?
You expect me to fucking read? Oh hey, look at my things.
Holy
like, so
shit,
full.
you got a full cart.
I know. Look, there's so much stuff. Look, there's two more. There's more offices over here. I haven't even finished. I just finished this office. There's this office. I'm gonna kick it.
Well, here you can take. Is it full? I'll run it back.
Oh,
and
it's
you can
full
just take
of
the empty
water. Oh, it's full of water in this one. Yeah, if you want to bring the one back, that's fine. There's a lot of furniture you can just break down, honestly.
Okay.
I like just want to break everything down, I guess.
I don't know if those weights break down to anything.
Break. What do you break into? Cloth? Doesn't seem realistic.
That seems wrong.
That doesn't seem realistic. Oh my gosh, pens. I just wish my games would be, like, realistic, you know? Like, if I'm over here in a zombie apocalypse, I at least want my fucking, you know, crafting recipes to make sense.
Yeah, obviously. I'm fine with aliens, but I draw the line at realism in my crafting recipes.
Exactly. Exactly, you get it. I find it a little weird that you can pick stuff up and then put them down to rebuild them, but you have to use the screwdriver to put them back down.
It's interesting that you can't just disassemble with the screwdriver.
That's what I'm saying. Like I don't want to smash it. See, it's not letting me break this.
Okay, so once you set something down, you can no longer break it. It becomes yours.
Oh,
So all that stuff
hate
I just
that.
brought back is now our furniture.
Oh, I mean, I guess we can just get rid of it, or just here. We'll just throw. I'll just start building stuff in other rooms.
I
over
think
here.
once we have the repair bench, we can break it down. Yeah, can be scrapped at office bench.
Office bench.
Or repair bench, you know what I mean. You know what you knew the words
No, I
meant.
didn't. I genuinely got confused. I was like, whoa, that's another. They've added another twist.
What a twist!
What a twist!
What a twist!
What a twisty twist! Oh my gosh, there's just so much stuff to loot. I can't stop.
Can't stop looties.
Can't stop, won't stop. Yeah, you're right though. There's got to be something you can do to break stuff
There's like
down.
a wrench or something
Yeah.
at some point.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't see why they, why they wouldn't, unless they hate us and think we're gay babies.
Gabies?
Gabies. Gabies with rabies.
Gabies with rabies? I've never in my life game.
But they might think that that's us. They might be like, oh, they're them.
They are them.
They are them. Me at my non-binary homies.
Wait. I just went the wrong way.
That was the first time I've been at full health in a
Silly
while.
little goose.
Why am I doing this? I can just package this because it's empty. Oh yeah, so when it's empty, you can just package it and carry it around BT dubs.
That's not as fun.
Yeah, no, it's definitely pretty fun to drive around. You scared the shit out of me. I was like the IRL level of distracted and walking around work where I was just like kind of zoning out, like looking down at my vape, like, I don't know, I want to pack it up again.
This sector will be powered down momentarily.
Oh no, no it won't, shut up. No, it's not getting powered down. Don't be a bitch.
Consider this your top priority. Have a wonderful and productive evening.
Have a
just need to
wonderful
get to the
and productive.
I think we're fine in the pool overnight, I think. I don't think the robots go in there. I can't remember. I mean, they could have changed it too. Oh no, not your blood sugar, little guy.
Oh yeah, good call. Let's put all of the furniture in there. Good call. You're so smart.
I'm glad you noticed that I did that. It shows that we both played far too many survival crafts in our life. Like, well, that's a good idea. In my head, I was like, yeah, I know Pinxel noticed this one.
Yeah, that was a good one. I approve.
The furniture that we weren't supposed to bring back is now full of the furniture we weren't supposed to bring back. It makes perfect
I
sense.
love it.
Yeah, very logical conclusion.
It works though. It works so well.
I got 99 Red Luff Balloons playing right now. It's kind of a banger song for this. It kind of fits.
Okay, but 99 Red Luff Balloons is a banger already.
100%. It's so great too because it's like a historical banger at this point, where I feel like most people have probably heard it at some point, but it's like, what a sad fucking song. It's not a happy message. You guys, we keep murdering people for no reason. This is wild. What's that beeping? There's way too much beeping in this game. It scares the shit out of me.
It's the alarm clock. Yeah, see, now it's night. Now it's telling us it's nighttime.
Oh, I did just notice the shade change.
Yeah, it's night now. How come some of these have the stripes? Some of these don't. Can be scrapped at repair bench. Oh, don't you worry. We will. When we can.
Ooh, makeshift leg wraps, makeshift arm wraps. Let's fucking go.
Let's fucking
Have a
go.
Oh, and that's I hadn't thought about that before. When I'm doing the recipes, I can just sit in a chair and get my comfort up. Ooh, makeshift spear. When did I get that?
All right, sir. Where the fuck is he?
I think it's attacking me.
Are you being attacked? He's close. I hear him.
I guess not. I saw him walk by.
Oh, I was like, I hear him. He's definitely close. It's so weird what... See, like, some stuff has little lines on it, like it's the same thing. See, like little... Oh, that one doesn't have one. Why? What do the lines mean?
The lines?
Yeah, like the if you like look in your inventory, there's like diagonal lines behind some stuff in your like a little background kind of thing.
Yeah, I did notice that with stuff.
So, but I don't know what it means, and it's on some like it's on one stack of pipes, but it's not on the second stack of pipes.
Is one
So-
damaged and the other's not?
No, they're just pipes. They're not weapons. They're just pipes. I'm confused.
Might be a weight thing, because like I've got one that's got yellow and it's a 2-seater couch in my pocket. It's got yellow
Maybe.
lines. So like I'm wondering if that's 15 pounds.
That could be for sure.
Oh, those are turrets.
Yeah, at night. Yeah. Oh,
Fucking
bio scrap
gross.
is not okay. Oh, we have no power right now because it's night.
I believe that is the case.
Okay. I am cold too, apparently.
That always kind of makes sense. If it's an office, they might be like, yeah, overnight the heat's not on.
Okay, it's morning now.
Thank goodness.
Okay.
I'm in the big cubicle area.
Okay.
Just letting you know.
Yeah, I just have to find where is that.
Well, I don't even know. You might want to go somewhere else just so we're maxing loot. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm still making my way through this big ass corridor. of
Live
shit.
your truth, you know.
Yeah. Can't go that door. Can't go there. All right, this one needs another energy brick. Okay, we probably have enough to make an energy brick for that. Let me go do that really quick. Because I have been looting. Don't forget to break all the wooden boxes too. Like the big crates and stuff. Dang, die already. Sweet. Does not work. Okay.
I'd better eat soon.
Alright, we gotta start learning how to cook, I think.
Yeah, probably.
I just got a hammer. To reuse to repair constructed objects and furniture.
What? Repairs or breaks down?
It says, a sturdy hammer can be used to repair constructed objects and furniture.
So yeah, that's probably for like base buildings. Oh, there is a robot in the area I was in, huh? I guess I just got really lucky. And I found a real flashlight. Let's go.
Ooh. Empty ass vending machine.
Meh.
Locked at another station.
Wait, does that mean I'm hungry or I need to eat? Very hungry, okay.
Oh, no thank you, sir. I'm not really interested.
Would not like this. That sounds like you're fighting next to me.
I am. I'm right here. Hi.
Stop!
Bro.
I killed him. Thank the Lord.
Ow!
Alright, I need to make some thingies though.
Everyone chasing me, I'm dying.
I know,
Their
same.
weapons brokies. Do I have bandages? Oh,
That's
fuck.
my problem. I don't have bandages.
They're on my cart if you want them.
Oh.
Oh, I'm bleeding out. That's sad. I'm giving up though, so I can go back to the vice. Come back for my shit. Just keep adding broken ones so we can repair.
Yeah, I actually do not like that, I will say. I think repair bench should be pretty much right out of the gate
I do too.
if you're gonna have breakable weapons, or your breakable weapon should just disappear.
Yeah.
And that's my actual hot take is like, fuck it. Like, just make me recraft it because I don't want to store a bunch of broken items. Ooh, carbuncle crown.
make that.
Slushy machine.
Oh, I need a knife, though. Shit. I need to find another knife.
I spilled my bong on the bed last night after I pulled out the bed. I'm gonna this kitten puked in the bed. That's so fucking funny, honestly.
How did I end up over there?
Where's my cart?
I'm getting that back.
Hey, dude, whatever. Just keep being a weirdo back there. I don't even want to fight you.
That's not working. Oh, this is where we built before. Because this is the room that I built. Yeah, this is where we built before.
Oh, the double room?
With the bedroom next to it? Yeah. Yep.
I was like, I knew it looked familiar, but I didn't think it was quite right.
Yeah, that's definitely where we built before. Oh yeah, I went here. I went here. And then I went above. I might
very
be able to
cool.
get to you.
No, that's the guy followed me into our base and he was breaking our crates.
Oh.
You fucking prick. Oh, that's annoying. Kinetic, pentatic, radiation. Sure.
Dr. Derek Mance reporting. Research Director, Gate Cascade Research Facility. Originating in Antiverse 2, IS-171 is a stationary, sessile entity that traps its food with a retractable tentacle. The experience of being caught is rather like being attacked by an angry pizza. It presents no real threat, but leaves an enduring, not entirely unpleasant smell on anything it touches. Suggestions for possible applications include perfume, industrial scents, and olfactory-based crowd control weapons.
A carbuncle. I don't need to go to the bathroom? Okay, fine.
Try level 3. The power cells. Energy research team.
Power cells. Level 3 energy research team. That's what they say, Dirge.
That's what they call me.
That's what they say. Alright, can we make another thing? We make an energy brick. Alright, so it's 1. Oh, wait, where's all of our stuff that when it broke?
It's gone.
It's in the loot spill
Pretty
bag.
sure. That's only got the furniture from the thing.
It didn't drop a loot spill bag?
And is it on the other side of the wall?
No. Oh, fuck.
Yeah, I mean, I thought the door was closed behind me, so it's pretty much my fault. I'm pretty much ass.
Wow, you're kind of the worst.
You're fucking ass, bro. The worst part is all the stuff to make another
Oh my
storage
gosh,
container
my
within-
coffee has
within
been
that
outside
one.
for like 10 minutes.
Hope it's cold brew. Oh, that's so fucking annoying. Alright, I'm just dumping my shit. I'm gonna go run back and get my cart. Oh fuck, my body's all banged up. Dude, I gotta go check my fucking cop shop plants. I'm so mad. It's a lot of work to get to that point.
I didn't even realize literally my Starbucks has just been sitting on my porch for like 10 minutes.
Yeah, I remember looking when we were like 15 minutes in, and I realized how long we've been playing already. I was like, oh, it's 2 hours. I gotta go fucking feed my plants.
No straws though? That's really nice of you, Starbucks. Thanks. I have straws.
They knew.
They knew I
knew.
had straws.
Yeah, they were like, fuck this. This trick motherfucker's trying to get us to come up off our straws.
I know. They're like, those shits are expensive.
Yeah, I apply them directly to the turtles.
Wow.
Yeah.
Old.
Cut out the middleman.
Yeah. Wait, no, I need that lamp to make the spear that I was going to make that now I don't think I can make because all of our stuff's gone.
Oh, the lamp I brought back, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I can't. I don't have another knife.
Ooh, an actual backpack? Nice.
So we have to make more storage again, huh?
Yep.
Oh, we can't.
Yeah, we don't have the stuff to make it.
Yep. Alright, that's fine. Just gonna
I still got a cart in that
start
one
dumping
office.
stuff, I guess. I'm just dumping stuff. Screwdriver pack. I don't want to package that. I want to break it. Okay. That means I have to find a whole new office to break for all of their computers.
Supposed to be down here. But
I'm rapidly losing warmth.
Oh, I did that one already. Okay.
so fucking
I have
damaged.
seen death here. I locked it in with
An even bigger
everyone else.
backpack immediately?
Am
Let's
I?
fucking go.
Let's go.
Mm-hmm. Security backpack.
We
There's over by
can't
where the
go
tram
this
is,
way.
which I just found.
You
There's like a
don't
little drop down area
want
that
to.
hurts you.
There must be another a way out. Manufacturing? I
kill her?
can't remember.
Take her shit. Oh, okay. Okay, let's start breaking some shit and start getting some more supplies. What time is it? 3:20. Okay, we got time.
320 blaze it.
3:20 blaze it. Exactly.
We just need to find my card. There it is. A broken desk leg? No, it's a working
Some
desk
water would
leg.
be good.
Yeah, we just gotta make it back home with this card.
That's all we gotta do.
Tram station.
Wow, there's so many things.
I could definitely eat something.
I wish
could
you could
definitely
push the car with
eat
physics, but I don't think I can get through this laser. Fuck me. I'm gonna go all the way back around.
There's some stuff.
Issues now legalizing weed versus decriminalizing. Well, yeah, because if you legalize it, you can profit off of it, but you can still criminalize people, is the issue. A lot of people don't realize that that's like the main problem with the THCA market is like, cops don't give a fuck. They're not gonna test that. They're just gonna arrest you if they want to. I mean, how much cops relatively care about cannabis use, it really depends on where you're at, but like, it still leaves it at their discretion to be like, nah, I don't like the way that icky smells, dog. You're fucking sussy. You're a sussy baka.
Sussy a baka.
Huge black market because getting the official game is too expensive? Yeah. Yeah, it's the best of both worlds. It keeps criminals and allows there to be a fruitful tax base. And it allows the regular farm to most of them just ship their extra product to THCA people. Like, the Cali market just auctions their shit out to the rest of America. I don't care what people pretend happened.
Oh, is my game crashing?
I don't know. You're in charge of the world. I'll be very upset.
I'm frozen.
You're not frozen. Nope. You're just thinking really hard.
Okay, yep, I got it.
You were just thinking really hard.
I was thinking really, really hard.
You're a doctor, or a scientist, so it makes sense.
I'm a scientist, that's true. You're so smart.
Why? You were thinking so hard that time slowed down.
Get some water.
Oh, you're thirsty, aren't you? You're dry.
I'm dry.
Which one I'm now?
No, you're dry. I'm not dry.
I'm dry. I have yet to get a single thing telling me to drink water.
Oh no, I didn't. It didn't tell me to drink water. I just drank the water.
Yeah, I just drank it for funsies.
Yeah, because I was like, you know what? It's been a while. I'm probably thirsty. I don't like whatever monster it is. It makes like the weird, like squeaky noise, like you're cleaning windows.
Yeah, not a fan.
Oh. Wait, what? Oh, I see. I was like, what is hurting me? I see. Sorry. Oh, computer. Dog thing.
Dog thing.
This needs to stop.
Storage again.
Oh, bed.
Oh no, I'm gonna scream. The crooked one on top is stopping from putting one in the middle.
Gosh.
What have I done to myself?
Makeshift leg wraps. Let's go.
Do you have the basic backpack, the second level one?
Yeah, I've got just like one that says like backpack. No, I'm trying to get the thing behind it. I'm full again. Oh my gosh. Keep going. Alright, fine. I'll eat these crackers. gosh, I just realized what that is. That's the pipe screensaver. Old ass pipes screensaver, yeah.
That's funny. You're carrying a lot of stuff. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, but you get XP for being over encumbered.
I know.
I've almost destroyed every computer in this giant room.
I love that.
Why is Paramount Plus bad?
They've been doing real scummy shit.
Really? I actually didn't know
Yeah, I
that.
forget what it is. Everyone's fucking pissed off at them this week.
I wonder what they did. I watch them occasionally. Only be like if there's like no other streaming that has like a movie I want to watch.
Yeah, I don't have any streaming services anymore. Except for Spotify, which I literally think I'm going to go back to piracy because the CEO just dumped $500 billion into like a drone military program startup. I was like, no, I'm with you. You guys have too much of my money and are using it for such evil things, and like I can't help it, but like God, I'm just so sick of it.
Oh,
It's
they
like, why is it the
canceled
most
Koba.
evil thing? Why is it the most evil thing?
Because if it's not evil, then why not?
Like, it's not like just like taking candy from sick puppies, right? Like, it's like the sickest puppy. They're like finding like the really sad looking one. Plastic.
Listen here, bot. You don't act like you know anything about me.
You don't know shit.
Is he called out on something?
Oh, they fired Colbert?
Apparently.
Is that who it is? Yeah, they're trying to do a big merger, and so they're sucking Don's cock, and they fired him and claimed it cost $40 million. They were losing $40 million on a show, but then some know-nothing substacker who's right-wing, after firing Colbert, they offered $250 million to. I think so. His show, as a household name, like a pretty recognizable one, $40 million. That's what you're worried about. But you hire a fucking substacker for $250 million? Like, what? The math doesn't math. That's like Hollywood accounting, is what that's called. It's bad. You don't. There's nothing sensical there.
I might die. The robot's walking around.
Well, bye.
Oof, I need food.
where the robot is. I can't see shit. I gotta turn my light on. Gonna get me killed, probably. There's the elevator. Which means... well, that's the fucking robot right there. Alright, how do I get back now in the dark? Nope, that's a robot. That's not the- that's a robot.
Got an anvil.
Let's go.
Let's fucking go. It was literally and 9mm ammo. What? It was the room next to the starting thing. There was just a path we didn't go down.
Oh wow. Alright, I don't know where the fuck the thing is. 5:30. Oh, it's almost done.
Well, I think once we can get the repair scrap bench, we should be able to break down pipes and stuff for metal. Would be my assumption.
Here's the kitchen. Cooking pot, okay. Canned peas. There's already been in some of these.
Attention, this sector is under precautionary security measures. Please remain in place and wait for security assistance.
Yeah, this door is right over. Perfect.
Uh-oh.
This should be big for us, I think.
It's not even stuck. Alright, let's back to this then.
Copy. Duck copy. Yeah, duct tape ASAP.
I have so much stuff on the way. Eat these canned peas, though. Yeah, this is the right way. Okay. The wildlife pens? Where the heck's that? I don't know. It's just one of the map areas, it says. Okay, so now I should be able to build this. That reduces pack weight. That's funny.
What?
A carbuncle balloon. A floating flesh balloon that reduces pack weight.
Oh, that's funny.
Let's eat these. This one, makeshift arm wraps. Okay. Ooh, garden plots.
You didn't bring back duct tape, did you?
Yeah.
Magazine.
A fishing rod.
Yeah, I unlocked that and I was like, what?
Where are we gonna be
Fuck, we're
fishing?
going
But sure.
fishing.
Guess we're going fishing.
Getting peckish.
Getting peckish. Yeah, we gotta learn how to
Did it,
cook,
I made the
probably.
thing. Oh, we have the cooking stand right there.
And that's not the cooking stand, that's the...
Yeah, it is.
No,
No,
it's
so
the
you gotta
prep-
move
it's
your
the
face
food
over.
prep.
Nope. Yeah.
The
that's
fish
cooking
prep.
stand.
No, there's an actual cook
There's
station, isn't
food,
there?
and then there's fish on the right, and then it's the chef's counter at the bottom. There's 3 different stations in one.
Oh, okay. That's weird.
Yeah, it
Fires
threw me off
power.
at first, too.
Alright, so we need to build one of the...
We just plug into the wall?
Yeah, hold on. Have you built it yet? Or no? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna build the, what you call it? How do you pin stuff? Oh, that pin. Okay, so I need a power supply, which nothing is organized. Right, there's a power supply.
Yeah, because of the explosion.
Yeah. Wait, we don't have any metal scraps? There's no way.
Everything that we actually used was in that middle one. So metal scrap. I
We
might
need
have some
one
in my
more metal
pocket. I
scrap.
got one.
Yeah, I need one more.
I just dropped one. I had one in my pocket.
Oh, there. Okay. Alright, so we're
I
gonna
mean, we
craft
should be
this.
full of metal scrap here once we break all this shit down.
Alright, so we put this where? Into the wall? Or we put it here? Place plug strip, rotate. Max distance reached. Okay, package that up. Which means we have to go a little bit further, like here. Wait, so does it have to go in here? Do we have to unplug this? I think one of these has to get plugged into here. No, into the outlet. Or wait, does this... Hold on. I think I need to move the crafting bench for just a second. Does this go into here? Yes! Okay, and then we can just walk through this, right? Yeah, okay. So that goes into there. Which means this... there. Crafting bench will just go right back. And have the third plug. Oh, I need to build it actually. Where's this? Oh, here we go. Okay, we have power. We have power, Dirge. We have power. We have the power. Mm-hmm. I've got the power. Burn it, burn, burn, burn it. All right, so should we repair all of these?
No, destroy them. We don't need them repaired. We just need the items from them.
Gotcha.
My furniture, I'm saving her.
I see now.
2 lamps for our spears.
Yep.
Okay, so TV, resting is essential. Standard television set thing. I went to go scrap it and said this might be a unique item.
Oh, okay. That's weird.
I guess I'm gonna put it back in the...
Stop screaming, lady.
It'll be okay. Do you have a kitchen knife?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
Here you go.
I was just wondering because I have a repaired one, so
Here's
I
it
was
there.
gonna offer it to you
I
if you
dropped
did.
it. There. I'm gonna.
No,
try to-
I have one. I was just asking
okay,
if you because I was gonna give you one, but instead I scrapped it.
Oh, okay.
'Cause- I need to go make sure my plants are fed. I was supposed to do it 2 hours ago.
Oh, you're fine. I'm gonna organize in the meantime.
Yeah, I started to a little bit.
No,
but...
it's
Well,
it's
I mean,
all
well,
good.
we can break down all this shit now, so it should be a little bit easier.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay, so let's do circuit board, case fan, this, power supplies. These, little scrap, paper scrap. I might even need to organize them even further than this. Okay, so I want to kind of keep these like the way they're supposed to, meaning like electronics and shit like that, but right now. All right, so I'm gonna keep the oil, the hydrochloric acid, and the N-ethyl, whatever, down there. That can stay. That can stay. That can stay. Okay. They're the same type. Okay. This. Alright, so I think we're already gonna start doing this. So I'll take this, this, put these down here. What was the one? Oh, this. That will go here. Ammo. Right. I guess the book will stay here.
Was that my stomach?
Gosh, it might be your stomach, bitch. Chill out. Okay. Hammer. Knife. Screwdriver. Flashlight. Take that. That.
Anyone else getting a bit hungry?
Right, which is the other, this one? Bottom one? Yes. Sort. Take all. Okay, so. How do you sort your backpack? Sort. Wait. There we go. Alright, so. Oh, Dirge. So let's get rid of this, and this, and this. And I thought I had my old backpack, but I guess I didn't. Okay. Bacteria tray. Alright, so let's beat the... See, this can be scrapped for plastic. Oh, no. Sort. That. Okay, so let's start putting this shit in here. Until it goes bad. Oh, am I dying? Am I hungry? Am I dying? Did I have that much, radioactive stuff? Did I have that much radioactive stuff? I was like, whoa. It's not just my menu, I'm dying. Okay. We need to eat. Like, we need to figure out how to cook. There's literally a kitchen right here with a thing. So we need to figure out how to cook. Alright, what can we cook?
Oh, she's been busy lately.
Uncooked leg. Uncooked. Okay, and then... this or this? I don't know which one. I'm gonna try this one first. Stove. Is it working? I'm just gonna assume it's like Sea of Thieves and I'll just leave it for a bit, you know?
I am back. Have you solved all of our problems?
I'm trying to figure out the food sitch. And I'm cooking what appears to be an alien leg, but I don't know if it's cooking. I'm just gonna leave it and hopefully it'll turn. Like a darker color or something? Well, I unlocked farm plots. If we can build those, we have tomato seeds.
Yeah. I mean, we have soil, we have
wait.
seeds.
First of all, do we want to, like, settle down here, or do we want to move somewhere a little bit bigger?
No, but also, I don't think we have a better spot yet.
I mean, there's plenty of places
Because next
that are
up would
bigger.
be, what, that central area, and then what we the offices?
Well, I mean, there's the offices, and there's the place that we did go last time with that's next to the kitchen and has the little room. Oh, it does cook. Okay, cool. Cooked alien drumstick. Eat. Okay. All right, Dirge.
Nearby?
I figured out how to cook.
You did it?
I did it. Now I'm gonna try to make you something. Let's see. Uncooked. Okay. Let's cook some food. There's only one available grill here, though. Yeah, there's only one grill available here. Shit. Okay. Wait, is there another stove anywhere? No. Dang.
I deposited my crossbow. I'm so smart.
Well, I need to shit, apparently. I'm gonna bet they all have different cooking times, too.
Oh, I'm sure.
Nice. Wait, they don't have... Oh, once you cook them, they don't have, like, decay bars.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. can't remember if the other kitchen had a stove, a working stove or not.
The one by us.
Well, I'm in the
By
one
our old
by
base?
us. Yeah, by the old base, yeah. Oh, it does. That's weird. Are you hungry? Do you need a food?
No, I'm good for right now.
The rump cooks pretty quickly.
You got a quick rump?
The pest rump.
Blood sugar falling.
Well, see, you are hungry. I just
Now
heard
I'm
him.
hungry. He's now he's hungry.
Here.
Now it feed me. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh yeah, that bar is at half now.
Yeah, it's that rump fills you up. Thanks. I will cook it next. Oh, I think I need to eat some of them pills. Oh, look, I got one. Here we go. Let's see.
Are the Exors the dogs?
No, those are the... Wait, where's the journal?
Carbuncle. Okay, so we haven't seen the things that...
Yeah, so there's the carbuncle, the pest, and the peccary. The peccary are the other things.
So
The
did you pick up
carbuncle
my
are the little...
crossbow? I cannot find it.
I did not pick up your crossbow, no.
What?
Did you accidentally drop it somewhere?
Where?
Because I don't have it and I did not pick it up. How do we sort our fucking Oh yeah, I can't do this every time. I see the button right there. I need to poop, but I need to wait for this thing to go. In the game. I need to poop in the game. Got it. I cooked it all. I cooked it all. Oh wait, here's a couple more. Oh my gosh, Dirge. You're taking everything.
Huh.
Said you're taking everything while I was still sorting it.
I'm trying to rebuild this crossbow real quick. Oh. There we go. All right. This is your crossbow. There's your crossbow on the ground.
Oh, thank you. There we go. Okay. Much better. Scrap this. Sort. Sort. Sort.
This sector will be powered down momentarily. If you have not already evacuated the facility, consider this your top priority. Have a wonderful and productive evening.
Question.
Hmm?
Oh, I'm just reading to myself.
Let's see. It's this. I just want one. Just one. This.
Need repaired. Do you need gloves? I have gloves that are armor 1.
Sure. Equip. Where is... There's this... Oh my gosh, there's more stuff in here. Dirge.
What do I do?
There's more stuff everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, there's stuff everywhere.
Yeah.
Isn't that nice? Isn't that nice?
Yeah, it's so great. It's so nice.
Isn't that nice? You know shit about shit?
Reckon I'm leaving here? I don't think so. Radio's dead. Half the doors are buggered.
Radio's
Oh, employee
dead.
locator. If you he'll trade you for a peccary skull. Do we have a skull back there? Oh god, we're about to.
Turns up. Come see me for a trade.
No, I just cooked everything.
Peas.
Scrambled eggs too.
Sure, scrambled sounds good.
Right, let's close this. Close this. And we'll just let the robot do his thing. Just let the robot do its thing. I have to poop though. My character has to poop.
Good luck with your poop. I think you're safe walking over to the cafeteria. You just can't go to towards security.
Oh, there's another anomaly over here. There's a bunch of anomalies. Oh, poop, don't let me go poop. If you come and kill me on the toilet, I swear. Don't let me die Jurassic Park style. Oop. I didn't ease the passage. I pooped. I pooped. Guess who pooped? I did. Okay, I need to cook. Can I still cook though? Like that's gas, right? That's not power. You bitch. I'll cook everyone right now.
I will cook
Come
all
at
of
me,
you.
I'll cook you. Come at me, I'll cook you.
I will cook you, bro.
I'll cook you. I'll cook you. How am I cold? I'm literally next to the stove. Cooked peccary chop. So weird. Oh, this one is next. Shit. Wait, no, take that one. Yeah, there we go. You're in a safe place, relatively speaking. I'm not cold anymore, okay.
Good daytime.
It's daytime.
We safe.
Yeah. I should have taken the cooking trait.
Yeah. Bro.
Yeah,
Dr.
look at me,
Shepard.
I'm a
Oh,
chef
I
over
thought
here.
this might be a safe place to wait until they sorted
Found another person.
this out.
Wow.
Whatever this is. Looks like I was wrong. That useless rent-a-cop in the plaza said to go through manufacturing, then head for the surface tunnel, I suppose. But that's a whole sector away. If they think I'm walking all that way through their toxic machine shops, they can think again.
This sector is under precautionary
Navigate to journal.
measures. Please remain in place and wait for security assistance.
I feel like the map is not very mappy. You know? Why are we picking up maps then?
You know. Ambiance.
No, I don't know. That's the problem.
Ambiance.
I didn't want to. What did that? Why did I do that? Ambiance. Oh. I'm gonna cook you.
It's awkward. Or is it just me?
I'm gonna cook you. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm not uncomfortably chilly anymore. Figure it out.
Okay, I think I found a plot thing.
Wait, I have an energy brick that's supposed to unlock a gate that I haven't gone back over to.
Yeah, that's the guy who's being crushed, right?
Oh, that's another one as well. So we can make two. Because there's the guy being crushed, and then there's also the bay door over in is it oh fuck, I think it's either maintenance.
I like I
or
said he's
something.
being crushed. I don't even think he's being crushed.
He's not.
But,
He's
like,
just
yeah,
chilling.
you knew exactly who I.
He's just chilling. Dang, that one takes a very long time. What the hell was that? Was that you?
Yeah, I was getting moited.
Holy smokes. Try not to get moited next time.
Hey, try not. I didn't get moited. I was almost moited.
That's what I said. Try not to get. I'll try not to get almost moited then.
Okay, yeah, I'll try. I'll try.
Hey, yay, I'll try.
Okay. I'm going to be dropping and filling a cart in the locker.
Okay. I'm still cooking
If you
food.
happen to end up over this way.
I am still cooking all of our food. I have 2 more things to cook. 3. Well, I have 1 on the stove and then 2 more.
This is far too complicated.
I know. This math is just way too hard.
This is very difficult. Ooh, potato.
Potato? Yeah.
I got a refrigerator for us.
A fridge?
You like your sausage gravy a little thinner thick.
However.
Cook. Wait, is this? Oh yeah, that's the gaseous nest.
Yeah, I want to know what to do with those because they bounce you, but they don't bounce you that high. I try to use one to solve a puzzle.
Interesting.
Or what I thought was a puzzle.
Whoa, stop pushing buttons. You weirdo. Stop. Whoa. Do I see my... I'm very hungry. Okay, well, lucky for you, I very have food.
Very.
See? Look at that. Look at that. I am no longer very hungry. B. So if I do this, can you see it from where you are? No. Interesting. It's March 20th, 1993.
There, yeah, I could bite on that.
Mm-hmm. Or it could be 2093.
That's also, wow, big true.
Also true. Those are probably the same distance apart.
Yeah. Wow.
93 was
You're really
definitely
cooking with
like
gas
70
today, huh?
years ago, you know? Telling you. Could be 1893. That would be crazy. Having like
God.
working
You
offices
think we'll see
with
Abraham
computers
Lincoln?
and stuff. Crazy.
Abrahambo Lincoln?
Abrahambo Lincoln. I hope we see Abrahambo Lincoln.
My favorite prezi.
Should be everyone's favorite president.
Yeah. Big guy, huge man. That was his. That was how he won.
That was he was a huge man. That's yeah. Right.
That was his scale.
Okay, now I need to go exploring. It's very important. Have to close the doors. Have to be safe at all times. Wait, where did my spear go? Or did I not make my spear
We never
yet?
made them. We have the stuff to make them. We should have 2.
Yeah, okay. I've got a lamp, I've got a stabby, and then what else do I need? A phone and some tape. Well, everything's all out of where they should be now. There's no phones? Did you use all the phones? Oh no, here's a phone. Oh jeez, okay, that was crazy.
So if you're sitting in a rolly chair, you can actually still rest.
Yeah.
Huge.
Yeah. Alright, making my spear. Oh my gosh, look at her.
Who is she?
Throwing darts. Okay, but that would be fun, right? Okay, anyway. Yeah. Alright, I'm ready. Ready to take on the world. Okay, I gotta put all my stuff in case I die. In case I decease. Okay. Wait, do I have my... I do, okay. I have my battery. How come you can't kill NPCs?
They deserve it.
Some of them are really sassy and I am not a fan. Alright, am I going to remember where this door is? Wait, you can only... Oh, okay. I was about to say. I don't like the squelchies. Hey, 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 hey. Stop that. You stop that right now. What? Am I being electrocuted? Like, what is going on?
Close-ish, I think. I'm also almost dead though, so.
Yeah, but I don't like...
Yeah, you got fucking
I got...
killed by that thing.
Yeah, I see it now. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You get the big zap.
Okay. Yeah, this door. Where does this door go? Oh, it goes to level 3! Where we're supposed to go. Okay.
Lift access. Does this take us back up now that we've activated it? Are we in any souls-like?
Yeah. Yeah.
Is this gonna reopen something? Yeah,
Yeah.
it sure does.
Where does this go?
This is back to...
Oh, I almost just got squished.
No, this is a new area.
Yeah, it goes to level 3.
No, but I mean the lift I hopped in.
Oh.
I assumed it would be like a loop back.
Oh yeah, you just went ahead of me. Okay, yeah, yeah, we're here. But this is there's a person in level 3 that's supposed to be how we learn about power cells.
Cascade, take iodine, return hearsay.
XOR. Email terminal. A2 entry. Oh, entropy. Okay, doesn't add up. No attachments. Okay. Oh wait, I didn't read it. Is this gonna tell us what it is? Energy into the systems. Other and test figure it's happening. Or using data. Okay. I didn't actually miss anything. They really don't explain much. This is kind of cool. Let's build here.
Are you gonna jump in the thing?
Did you jump in there?
I haven't jumped in yet.
Wait, where are you? Did
Level
you go
3
back?
access. I was just being like walking around the back area and seeing if there's a back path.
Okay. Let's go. Do we actually jump to?
I'm on Half-Life.
Whoa!
Some of your equipment isn't yet
Wait,
calibrated to this new
No.
portal world. Far Garden.
Far Garden. Far out. Far out.
I don't have any help. I thought there was a guy we could talk to.
Whoa.
Did you just fall off the edge?
Yeah, but I didn't die. This is crazy. I got your bolt back. So at some point we can exchange bolts. Oh, we can't interact with this computer, but it's got power? Okay. There's a man with a Geiger counter. We just passed it. You've been exposed to radiation or are feeling nauseous. Okay.
Where'd he go? Oh, he teleports behind us. They teleport on that purple.
Oh, great.
I thought it was a...
I'm dead. Do you want to get me or do you want to wait?
I got you. Give me 1 second. Oh, nope. Never mind.
Am I dead? Oh, okay. Portal entrance.
I'm dead.
Nearest location. Okay. Portal entrance.
Oh, nice. That's actually not that bad.
Yeah. I kill. You're absolutely filthy. Wow. Kind of disrespectful, honestly.
Hello, guy.
Dr. Derek Mance reporting. Research Director, Gate Cascade Research Facility.
Antiverse 2A.
Antiverse 2 is an enigma. A world.
Is this it? Is this the end of Antiverse 2?
Each of them different, yet
Okay, there's another portal over here.
We know a few certain facts. That energy moves more slowly there, making growth, evolution, and change a more gradual process. We know, too, that materials transplanted from Antiverse B to our own are energy dense. Biochemistry occurs much more rapidly. But how did these creatures evolve? The presence of life, complex life, confounds everything we know about evolution. Was an external force involved? Only further study can tell us.
Oh, I opened it somehow. Okay. Oh, this is right back where we were. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Is that all that's in here? We're supposed to learn about power cord stuff in here.
Just to complete that loop.
Yeah.
Area.
Yeah, looks like it. I guess maybe we have to just build another one of
Dan,
those
I
and
got
try
full
forklift
health.
guy.
Yeah, I'm gonna go towards forklift guy. I'll go double check in here and make sure there's not anything in
Well,
here.
I have to build another thing, so hold on.
You're so tough and strong, so that shouldn't take any time at all.
Thanks. Oh, wait, this is a little jumpy puzzle here, huh? I see. What's this? Check-in terminals. Oh, set respawn point. Extra
Check-in
respawn to the
approved.
office. You should come over here, and this is like a little fast travel-y kind of thing.
Should?
Should?
Oh, should. I don't think there's any items or anything in here.
Yeah, so I imagine like the further into the game we get, we'll probably build another base like somewhere else. Cause this, if this map, which is not a map at all, but if this map ends up being what it looks like, it's fucking huge. These. All that, all this. I'm filthy? You filthy.
Stinky.
Filthy. Inventory full. Well, luckily, Dirge is here.
With a pool. Energy. Oh, the air is gross. Be on guard tonight. Can we do it back to our base and all our stuff destroyed?
Oh no. Yeah, we should probably go back to our base then, huh?
This is Dr. Derek Mance. As our understanding of perforation technology grows, we have discovered new facets of its
Tripwire
physical
mine.
laws. One of the most fascinating is temporal tethering.
Yeah, we should probably go
Entry
back to our
an
base then.
antivirus seems to start a timer, which resets
Oh wait,
after a
abstract
given
mountain
period.
painting. I'm taking that.
As though a band of time stretches before snapping back to its origin. Confident we will understand
Oh,
this
another
law
backpack?
in
Deep
time,
Cascade
but
Research
Or
Facility.
you have the big one, never mind.
violates a dozen
Yeah, I've seen a
scientific
We don't
ton
need
of
this
little
one.
guys.
You don't need this one.
The big one, if it respawns, is underneath the one office. Like the big office
shit.
of cubicles.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die.
Fine, don't do that.
Oh my gosh, I didn't die. Holy shit.
You're so tough.
I'm a gamer. Can I eat anything in here? Oh, this is a hole. Requires reinforced hose to be able to move it. Yeah. Okay, so there's upgrades to what you can move stuff with.
What do you mean?
Like this, you have to have, see how it has a wrench? It says requires reinforced hose to be able to move it.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Oh, here, do you want your bolts back?
Sure.
Here,
We should probably
yeah, we need to book it
take
back home.
your earlier advice and GTFO.
Yeah, we need to get out of here. I'm just trying to figure out how the fuck to get out is what the other thing is. That's definitely not it. This says
520.
silo
You
viewing.
got a guy right behind you.
Yeah.
Give me the food.
Fuck up, ghost. Check in, exec office, silo 3, check in. I don't want to go to check in, I want to leave. So how do we go? Silo 3 viewing. Physics lab. Oh, here's a computer. Blue doors. Security. Anyone who gets their hands on a CPU from one of the security bots could hack through any door in this sector. Oh, so if we kill one of those bots, we get a thing. XOR. Right, lights. Oh, those are the will-o'-the-wisps. Those are our, yeah, those are the anomalies we got. Okay. Interesting. Alright, how the fuck do we leave here?
Yeah, I don't know. We need magazines for the next armor.
I did pick up 9.
Okay, that's pretty good.
So I think we have to go back in and through the elevator. Silo 2 lounge.
You are here. Yeah, looks like you're right. Oh, wait, you've been over here before. I remember this thing. Lift check-in, okay.
Door won't budge. So yeah, so we have to go back on this lift.
Open door.
What are my statuses here? What is this? Radiation tingle. Okay, feel nauseous. But what is... Oh, hydroscopic? High gross during moisture in the air. Oh, I'm not thirsty while I'm sweaty, apparently. Or while I'm wet. I'm not thirsty while I'm wet. Not hungry, not thirsty. Don't have to pee. I'm not tired. Okay. So...
Geiger counter! That's a new item.
Yeah, I got a Geiger counter off one of a dead body. What is this? Is this my HP? I'm not losing blood. Okay. So how do I get HP back? Resting?
You have to be, I think, stacked on all of your things. If that makes sense. You have to have, like, all of your, like, moodlets filled, and I think that makes it a little bit better.
Private note.
Like a sim?
It's undeniable that operations at Cascade are being monitored by external forces.
I think some stuff will give you...
The Cascade Executive Committee have been permitted to know. Exactly who has been infiltrating our communications and to what ends remains unknown. Or rather, those who know refuse to say.
Tripwire mine.
I've been directed to tell my team that we are conducting some security drills, but the threat seems quite real.
Sweet. Makeshift helmet. That was a guess. Holy shit. Okay. Super tomato seed. Well, probably fucking tomato seeds, obviously.
I want to join a motorcycle gang. I missed this message from Brosip.
Uh-huh.
I want to join a motorcycle gang, but not one that is like nice and not racist or sexist. They have pink bikes and pink leathers and hold hands.
Okay.
Good luck with that, buddy.
Yeah.
I wish you nothing but luck in your weird fucking journey that you call life.
I believe that could happen one day.
Yeah. Yeah, so do I, very reasonably.
The office section. Unknown location. The office sector. This map is stupid. Oh my gosh, wait, is that it? Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Stairs to level 3, gym. Wait, so where's the, oh, reception? Right, because this is here, right? Level 1 plaza is here. Okay, I see. And then that goes like that. I see. Okay, are you... Alright, I'm not gonna wait for you then. I'm going. Goodbye.
Yeah, you go. I'm fine. Wow. You know what I mean. Not fine, but...
Okay, so this cuts through here, right? Oh yeah, and here's the dude! The dude is right here. Wow.
Damn.
Wow. And then this goes this way. Oh no. Oh no.
Secret.
Oh no.
Did you mess something up?
No, it's time. It's nighttime. It's nighttime. He gonna get me. He gonna get my booty.
Oh, not that butt.
He gonna get my booty. Oh, I'm tired. Look at that. What just happened? There's a thing.
The air feels different.
There's a thing in our base. I think there's a portal to hell in our base.
Resetting in 3, 2, 1. Reset.
Oh lord, yep. Oh my, she's broken. That's fine.
Eat something.
I got this. It's fine. I'll just die.
Assistance! Anyone!
Yeah, there's a portal in our base and it's just spitting out things.
Wow. I'm trapped.
It's fine. I'm gonna give up. I'm gonna go back to my bed. Where there's things right here.
It's not gonna read. Oh, you get a pet, so it's not gonna.
And then I'm gonna do this. And then I'm gonna beat the shit out of them. Hey.
Can you help me?
It's fine. It's fine. Just keep going. I'm just gonna keep going. Just swinging, just swinging, just swinging. One more. I think I did it. I fucking did it. She's a gamer.
He's gaming.
Chat, she's a gamer. Oh wait, doesn't the hammer say that it could repair?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Let's try it out. Okay. Yay, repairing. Repaired. Everything's repaired. No, now it's broken. But now my thing's broken. I understand. You not beat them? Really? Oh, look at that, it's time.
You fucking prick.
Well, our base is a little bit of a mess.
It can't be that bad.
It's just a little bit.
Just like a smidge.
Just a little. Just a little bit of blood and goop and stuff everywhere. But it's fine. Nothing to worry about.
Fine, fine.
Attention. This sector is under precautionary security.
I have so much food.
Please remain in
Oh,
place
yay.
and wait for security assistance.
Okay. And you have to build, which is very strange to me. Okay. Now that. Stuff to cook. Oh my gosh. Did I leave a frying pan over there? I don't even remember. Okay, there we go. I am going to cook. Oh, you're cooking. Good job.
Yeah.
Good job. Do I get health back from this? No. Well, I guess it makes my health go back up a little bit.
If you're in the safe area, yeah, I'll just go up a little bit slowly.
Okay, so what do I need here? What's the problem? We have no health issues to address, but like my arms and my chest and my like everything's hurting. Everything's hurting.
Man, this takes forever to cook.
Yeah, it's not the fastest, but you know. But, you know, I have a shit ton of food. We should put a box right here to put all this food in.
Oh wait, I have a refrigerator. It's over in the pool room, I think.
Wait, can we put stuff in here? Like if we put a box in here?
It might, yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's RimWorld rules, baby.
Was it just me?
Let's see.
It doesn't say it's decaying when I'm in this room.
Interesting.
Look at that.
I'm experiencing an insufficiency of food.
An insufficiency of food.
I'm rapidly losing warmth.
Rapidly losing warmth.
25 months still. I'm gonna try to go get my refrigerator so we can hook it.
Yeah, go do it. Is there power in this room?
There's
power right there, yep. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. We should try to see if we can get one of the other... Oh no, we need the wrench. I was gonna say we should see if we can get one of the other ovens or stoves or whatever.
Ovens, yeah.
Yeah, because only one of these things works over here.
Thirsty little boy. Where did I park it?
Oh my gosh, it's like a little game. How cute. 23 doll hands. Hacking device. I need to figure that out for sure.
Have you talked to the guy in the water room?
No.
It's full of water, okay.
Oh, I need to make the other device for the forklift guy.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, a fan, tech scrap, board, power supply. A fan. Okay. Power supply. Oh, if you do, I see. So if you tag it, it literally highlights it in your inventory. Okay. Useful. Alright.
Fridge found.
Of this. Repair. Insufficient material to repair. What do I need to repair? Oh, metal scraps. Okay, I see. Split. Just one. Nice.
So much food sitting there.
I know.
Where is our...
The outlet is against this wall right here, if that's what you're looking for. Oh, you got it right there. Okay. Hook.
There must be water here somewhere.
What do we need water for? Why are we thirsty? What's going on?
Yeah, my guy's just, he's falling apart.
Crazy.
He needs to get his fucking life together, that's all I'm saying.
He needs to get his life together, yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, same.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't say I don't understand. I just, you know, I just call balls and strikes.
There we go. So all the raw and the cooked is in there. Which I'm sure is totally safe. I've got an energy brick ready to go. I'm gonna cook this. Go and go. I have radiation poisoning again. Whatever. Deal with it.
Just fucking deal.
Just fucking deal with it. I'm fucking going. What time is it? 11:20. Perfect. And then we go this way. This is the only way I know how to go. I'm sure there's a faster way.
Requires powered crafting bench. What do you mean? It is powered. You made a spear, didn't you?
Yeah.
Oh, because it's nice. You have power.
Yeah. You should have power. Just fine.
It's telling me I can't make this because it says requires powered power bench. Powered crafting bench. But it is clearly plugged in.
Yeah. Hold on. I mean, I just made mine not that long ago.
Yeah.
I'm confusion. Oh, here's this dude. Here you go. Wait, requires power cell, not energy brick. Okay.
You think everything's spicy. If you put too much pepper on your eggs, you would say they were spicy. Yeah, but a little bit spicy for you. That sounds good. That sounds good.
What, here, you want some? Here, you want an egg?
Baby boy.
Clearance.
Crazy.
Hi, Grandma. I want some. I bet they are spicy. I mean, yeah, if you're a big fucking baby.
I heard the radio, something about level 3. I'd stay away if I were you. Hide somewhere. But not here, alright? Close the door!
Oh my god.
Being a baby. I don't want the alien monsters to eat me. I'm very scared.
Some water would be good.
Some water would be good. Oh, look, is there water right here? No. How do you turn? You can't turn the water on? Seems silly.
Yeah, now it's saying. Is there an on-off switch?
For what?
The power socket. Cause yeah, they've all got the no power thing. It's a lightning bolt with a slash through it.
Is the wall unplugged?
Yeah, I think it is. I just don't know where to.
So you have to go from the wall, the one in the wall behind the behind the crafting bench into the like surge protector one.
That was weird. Yeah, everything was connected, but it was like, no, we're not.
Yeah, during the
I'm so sensitive to
scuffle.
spice. That's me. Big spice baby. Broseph, quit telling lies in my chat. Okay, I don't ask for very much from you. So I'd appreciate if you would not fucking lie in my chat. Okay?
Oh, come on.
No, I'm serious, Pink.
Hi, Nikki. Stream's going good.
Hi,
Just
Nikki.
died. Just died.
Yeah, you look like you're covered in goop.
I just died. It's not fair.
I keep sorting the food, but the decay timer doesn't keep resetting. Flawed.
It's not like Pal World.
No.
Yeah. You have not murdered or quit yet. That's a win in my book.
For now.
For now. Yeah, this is definitely the room. Definitely. Look, my shit is right here. Here, motherfucker. No. Don't charge up to hit me. Like you think you're cool? This guy really thought he was about to.
Okay, so we can make a headlamp, a hacking device, and carry 2 trinkets and wear a bodysuit.
But we need a hacking device for sure. There are hacky doors everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Hacky.
Mm-hmm.
You can dry your hands.
I had 256 paper scrap in my pocket.
Yeah, we're in an office.
Yeah? Ooh. Oh, did you save Crushed Guy?
It's a different thing.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. It's a power cell, not a power brick or whatever this is.
Oh,
Energy
no.
brick. Yeah. Yep. For shame. For shame. You drink. Wash. Wash. See? You're good now. You're fine now, lady. Yelled at the owner very aggressively, threw cement rocks in a wheelbarrow. Sometimes you just gotta get it out, you know? Vent it
The
out.
spear is worse than the pipe.
No. I love the spirit, TBH.
Oh, well, maybe our skills are different because my blunt's just much higher. I don't have a knife for any of these.
I just wish we could do something about the doability. Alright, so we were in Sector 3. Right? We were talking. Much.
Over at the church, Michelle, I think. I believe so, yeah.
Okay, we did that.
She's a nice lady. Okay. No, Grandma was being a psycho and was assuming hated her for no reason, and she finally stepped over to talk the other day and dropped a whole bunch of fresh, hot new gossip.
Hot goss.
Help me. Help.
Where? Oh no, where do I go?
I'm still in the cubicles.
Okay, hold on. I might be able to get to you. Maybe.
Yeah, you should be pretty close.
I'm coming. I'm coming.
Right over by the main office.
Yeah, I'm coming. I'm right here.
Oh, hello. The other first successful heal? Yeah, you're being chased too.
Yay! Yeah, but it's only a little baby.
That's what killed me, was a little baby. Very one right over here.
Shit is broken.
Wait, you can butcher with the spear? That's pretty good. Okay, never mind. My opinion on the spear just changed.
Yeah.
This is Dr. Derek Mance.
Okay, so
One
it
of the most interesting
says
aspects of the 173's
we have
life
to
cycle
go
is how
to
rapidly it evolves. The
level
high-energy
3.
conditions of our universe compared to the torpid energetics of Antiverse 2 appear to accelerate their growth immensely.
and we were in level
It's humbling,
3.
if not a little frightening, to watch life forms alter so quickly. The explosion of antiverse flora in reactors was far from an isolated event. It goes to the very nature of life in that realm.
I'm gonna go back. There's gotta be something in there that we're not seeing or doing or whatever.
Yeah.
It says level 3 is how we get to learn about the whatchama.
You are dead.
You forgot about
That's fair
gravity.
enough. No, that's fair.
That's what it says. It
You're
says DrJMcB forgot about gravity.
That tracks.
That tracks. Alright.
I mean, how many of you are actively thinking about gravity, right? Like, you could just float away at any moment.
If you think about it, you float away, or if you stop thinking about it, you float
Well,
away?
you know.
Okay, so I did that. That's the little hoppity hop. Now what's this? Locked. Empty room. What I see. Okay. Open. Okay. Email terminal. It doesn't give me any. It doesn't give me the thing I need. Hi, Andy. I'm good. How are you? How's your day? Can't access any of these, right? This person's dead. Level 3. Level 3. This is level 3. Maybe we need to make the hacking device. What do we need for the hacking device?
I haven't even looked at it.
More hot and humid. Gross. I get so irritated when it's hot and humid. I get so grumpy. Alright, I don't know how I'm gonna do this. There we go. Is there a key? Can I find a key anywhere? Ooh, I found a crawl. Ooh, a secret door. Oh, it's not secret. I've already been in here. That's stupid. I got so excited thinking that it was like a secret. Wait, or is it? No. No. No, it's not. Okay. Oh no, game, is it time? Is that what you're telling me?
For what? To fight crime?
To die.
Time to die.
Time to die.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a bunch of catwalks above some of these places.
I know, one of my loot bags is up there because I deceased over there. Pens, phone.
Baby. How are you? Goodbye.
Bye. No room for oil. Ooh, hold on. Have we been in here? It looks like you may have been in here. It's open.
Huh?
Not open from this side.
No, I thought you said, "Are you mad at me?" I was about to be like, "Why? What the fuck do you do?"
Grandma.
Yeah. No.
Is there a bathroom nearby?
Oh, apparently I have to go pee-pee in game. Go pee-pee all and real life too.
Yeah. I get that. I feel that.
Alright, I think I'm sitting in this one random room. Maybe I'll be safe. I will be right back.
I feel like you probably will. Oh man, when Weird gained construction EXP faster.
This sector will be powered down momentarily. If you have not already evacuated the facility, consider this your top priority. Have a wonderful and productive evening.
Okay. I'm back. And I survived.
Big.
I survived in my little chair here. Alright. Boardroom. Executive restroom.
Nice one.
Executive restroom.
Gonna be 100 tomorrow? Disgusting.
Oh.
I think I found your loot.
On one of the rafters. Yeah. Oh. Drink. Let's use.
The karate helmet is currently saving me from cold. That's crazy.
Wow.
I just swapped to a new helmet, and I was like, oh.
I am scared to go out. Yep, there's a thing here. Okay. That's fine. You don't need to do that yet. I wanted to sit though and just like sit. Raft. Raft. Modern day. It's 10 bull. Alright, I guess we're waiting it out for just a minute. It's fine.
Down there, yeah. Okay, this is the top of the pool, is where the one you were on goes.
Oh, okay. I can't figure out this level.
Oh, and there's 2
thing.
ways to get through it.
Oh.
You can actually, I think, you might be able to jump from the one office. Oh, that's where I'm supposed to go
wait
in.
for this guy. For the daytime.
I opened access back up to your bag from the pool. I can't take your stuff.
Okay.
But there is a way back up there now.
Buy low, sell high.
Without having to do a bunch of jump puzzle bullshit.
I'm just trying to figure out this level 3 thing.
Yeah, you're good. I was just letting you know that you got an easy way back up there now.
I am starting to get the feeling we need the hacking device. Oh, I guess I can look that up while I can't move. Walkie-talkie vacuum. Oh wait, I don't have it? Do you have it? I don't think it's in my list of stuff. Hack. Yeah. Or what did you have to pick up to get it? To unlock it, do you remember?
I don't know. I would assume our quest things would be tied since the dialogue plays ones. Okay, that's another loop partially completed.
Yeah, whatever it is, I don't have it.
Okay, I'm heading back.
Nikki, did you ever go to the museum on a field trip? The Florence Nightingale Museum. What time is it? Wait. What time do the lights turn back on? 6?
6, I think.
You know what they say, buy low, sell high.
You didn't? I went as a kid. Look at this beautiful painting. Yep, 6. Okay. Fuck. I have to do it with a broken thing. I'm just running. Alright, we running. We running. Ah, we running. Ah, I said running. Okay, so this is level 2. This is back where we were. Okay.
I'm right behind you.
Yeah. Okay, then we have to go to cafeteria. Go to that door. Crazy. Is it behind me?
Are you yelling like a crazy kitty?
This sector is under precautionary security measures. Please remain in place.
I think I found where we're supposed to go.
Oh yeah? Is it a hacky thing?
Yeah, that elevator opened up.
Yeah, because I just went from it, from upstairs.
Yeah, that's where we're supposed to be, I think.
Yeah, but there's nowhere to go when we're up there. I think we need to hack into one of the offices. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. We need more stuff already. Nope, that's too fucking full already, too. Holy shit.
About to die. Oh, fuck you.
I'll go in there. Okay. I need to repair this, apparently. Oh. There's no recipes found. Egg. Milk sack. Gem sugar. I don't know what that is. Fish prepping. We don't have any fish. So the only thing we can make is ice cream right now. Or grilled weird stuff. I'm tired. I'm feeling a little bit sleepy.
I got a little bit of the
Hi, driver. You ready to leave work? Always. Listen, I'm your boss now, and I said you don't have to work anymore. Okay, so that one is barking. That's going there. That doesn't go there. Okay. Oh, thanks. Oh, you're welcome. Oh, that goes. Oh, that's easy. Okay. So then.
Nature calls.
I need to go to the bathroom again. I just went to the bathroom.
Gotta potty.
I gotta go potty again. I'm so curious about the wildlife pens. Is that this? Server room. Wildlife pens. How? How do I get in here? I want to go in here.
I want to meet the animals.
I want to get absolutely teared apart.
I want to see a mutant bear.
Guess you aren't my boss. No, no, no. I just said you don't have to work anymore. You still work for me. You just don't have to work anymore right now. Silly.
Yeah. Duh.
Silly.
Don't be silly.
Alright, I need a bathroom. Bathroom. I gotta go potty. I need bathroom. Excuse me. I need privacy.
Nature calls.
I need privacy.
Dr. Derek Max.
We missed a message.
The first instances of IS-064 appeared barely
Upstairs.
seconds after our
Oh, I'm
first
sure I missed
like
so
a
many
preparation
things.
event.
Dismantle.
It appears to
I'm
be
wondering if
far
maybe.
from a mist that has
My
overtaken
backpack
Flat
is
Hill
very beautiful.
entirely. The surviving residents have been evacuated and a cordon established around the town,
Cool.
citing a chemical spill. The residents, not to mention our counterparts at the EPA, are less than impressed. But the knowledge we already gained, even in this short time, is beyond value.
I can't see anything. My boot. Oh, my leg. You hurt your leg, but not too badly. Well, that's good. More time. I wish the map was a map.
You don't like the mall map?
No, I'm not a huge fan of the mall map situation that we've got going on here. Okay, well, fine. Yeah, we need the hacking device. I think. I think.
I'm inclined to agree with you.
We get in here, but we could hack. I opened this one, which is very funny because now that door is open. Okay, this goes up into level 3. That's the backtracking. Okay. Let's go to level 3. Wait for it. Wait for it.
That's a hackable. Oh, this is just a door with. This is the Pink. I think we were just supposed to be on level 3 because I just found the room with the anvil that they talked about earlier.
Wait, where are you? I'm on level 3.
I'm right by the executive office, or yeah, I'm by the executive offices. I'm right by Silo 3's entrance.
Level 3 access.
Right.
This door was not open before. Did you come from a different way? Are you sure?
This system
No, I literally just took the elevator upstairs.
Where?
Leaving without my data.
The elevator you told me you just came
never
downstairs
get
from.
eyes.
That I said I don't remember
Then
this
I
being
had an
open
idea.
before.
I worked on the security bots. Their CPUs store access codes. If we salvaged some, we could make
Yeah, this is the
something
lady.
to hack the door.
What the fuck? Where are you? Oh, I see your
Get
dot.
fucking owned. Get fucking owned, Pink.
Analysis office. Wait, okay, up. There's nothing here. I'm
a
really
gamer.
so confused. Where are you?
I'm right at the lift.
Oh my god.
I'm literally in front of the lift. Right above the respawn
I'm here.
point, the lift.
Okay.
Yeah, right there. This literal room right here with this lady in it. She's the one who
okay.
gave me the recipe. You know, like directly in front of the elevator, Pink.
Okay, you're a gamer. I'm a loser. That's fine.
I'm capital G.
Security robots?
It's fine. I'm a loser.
I can't get my data until you.
So we've got to kill one of the
Wait,
robots.
wait. Can this go more than one place?
Yeah, I'm not even done. Yeah, there's
No,
this
it's
whole
not
area.
even. Can this elevator go more than one place?
Oh, yeah, I don't know. You're
Because
gay.
I do not. I
Think
don't
I slid
remember
that in
being
there?
here.
Big gay. Thank you.
Hi, Marbs. Thank you. Hi. Thank you so much for 32 months. That's crazy. Thank you. How are you? Welcome in. Where is this going? Would jump? Open silo 3 to retrieve power cells. Wait. There's a marker over here that says open silo 3 to retrieve power cells. Oh yeah, we need to hack. Okay. So does she tell you how to hack? Because maybe
Those
she'll tell me how to
bots
hack.
are lethal.
We gotta-
but taking one down
we gotta
and
kill one
getting
of
the
those
CPU
robots.
is our only chance to rescue my data. I
Right,
still
but,
don't
maybe she'll tell
understand
me
it.
how to do
The
it.
system shouldn't have locked us out.
Oh yeah, you should have.
That's not how I designed it. Did you get those CPUs from the security robots? I
No.
can't get my data until you make that hacker.
I need you to tell me.
I don't understand it. The systems locked us out. But I'm not leaving without my data. I could lose everything.
Not.
I'd never get a Nobel Prize.
Just busy with
Then
life?
I had
That's
an idea.
okay.
I worked on the security bots. Their CPUs store access codes. If we
It's
salvage
you. I think
some,
you shared
we
it with
could
me.
make
Maybe I
Hack
don't
the
know.
door.
That's what I
do you
was.
Why is she?
And
She's
if
not.
I'm
It's just the
wrong-
way the animation is, Marvs. That's crazy. How did I don't know how I fucking ended up here. I really don't. Whatever. Either way.
It's K.
Either way, it's fine. Okay, so that's keyboard, a phone, and then one of those thingies. Come on. What filter?
Hey, brother,
There's
what's
no
up?
filter.
Live
There's no
news,
filter.
Captain. Ever since Varenkov's team took over Silo 3, you couldn't get a single power cell after that. Now look, their precious antiverses.
There's
totally out of
why?
control. Whatever it is they're doing in Silo 3, it used every power cell
Oh,
we
this
had.
is an idiot. Okay. All right, so one of these is computation brick. So how do we make that? Oh, here we go. Okay. The computation brick is what we need from the bot.
Make sausages.
So we need a computation brick. Okay. We need that to make this. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. That makes sense. Controller. Do we need that for anything? For controlling electronics? Okay, sure, I guess.
Yeah, I don't think I need any of that trash.
Really? Okay. Crazy. Tinkering this game, you should look at it. Deliver at all costs. No, I don't think I've heard of that. Oh, I know, maybe I've heard of it, but I don't think I've seen any gameplay of it. Keypad hacker. Controller. Infrared emitter. Which you need the thingy thing for. And an LCD screen. Which I just...
LCD screen is craftable.
Yeah, I just unlocked the thing for it. Here it is. Yeah, okay. So we need 2 of those computation bricks. Which we need the security bot CPU for. So we need to kill 2 of them, I think.
Here,
I'm
I got
okay,
you
Marvs.
a
Yeah, everything's
present.
good.
Here's some more armor.
Well,
Here's the
hard
power
hat.
constantly going off over here.
Hold on, my stuff's going on.
Like for me, it's showing all the power off, and I don't get it.
Well, I think now it's night.
Oh, that yeah. Well, yeah.
it's not, it's
well,
1:40.
okay.
It's 1:40. There's no way it's night.
Are they showing us off for you too?
Hold on. No? Are they off right now for you?
Yeah. You can look. It even shows like the disconnected thing on my screen. I guess like maybe. It's so weird that they would have the power still fucked up at a 1.0 release.
That's crazy. I am tired. I'm definitely tired, but I'm definitely good.
So it's still connected for you now.
Yeah.
It's so weird. Why is it now it's working for me and it... Okay. Text strip for the circuit board, we can do that.
Yeah, no, we have a lot of parts of everything. We just need the
last part.
Yeah.
The final part.
The final part down.
We got a bunch of anvils now too.
Anvils? What do we need the anvils for?
Just the repairing bench as far as I know, but I grabbed it.
Oh my gosh, that's
yeah.
crazy. Okay. Oh, hold on. Let's get one of these hammers.
Hey, I
back.
somehow got some of the wheat from the other universe.
Did you break down anything?
I don't remember breaking anything down while I was there.
Because I
but
think some of
guess
them
I-
break down into those plants. How do I... Lock that.
Still our scrap metal.
Nice. Okay. What time is it? 3 p.m. Alright, so we have to wait for night and we have to fight one of those things.
Couldn't be that bad. Make a shield.
I don't want a shield. What do you think this is?
What do you think this is? Pride Month? That
What do
shit's
you
over.
think? Do you think I'm weak or something? Pens and oh, did you just take all the make all the bolts?
No.
No.
We just don't have that. We don't have any metal scrap.
Where do we have 52, bruh?
Where?
In my pocket now. In my pocket now.
Yeah, I wouldn't make more than like 40.
I made 52.
It's 20 a stack.
I made 52, so here's a stack for you. And then I'll split this one.
That's perfect for me.
You
'cause
just
I
want
got
20?
30 right now.
Okay, cool. Reloading. Alright, let's go kill this motherfucker. Can we, like, aggravate him now?
I don't think we can. I'm gonna get my all my shit back up. I gotta sleep, take radiation meds.
Well, apparently I'm hungry. Okay, hold on. Let's eat. The clock
Have
is
you
off.
won
It's
yet?
3:30. I meant in game.
So we kind of figured out the food thing. Over here, this industrial stuff only has one burner, but the one you find later will have more.
Yeah. Oh shoot. My character cannot hold themselves still. It's gonna be hard to shoot.
Oh, it's not good. The aiming. My guy's got about like 2 feet. He can clearly see.
What do you mean you don't have anything to
Any
click
click on it yet?
Kill some
So you'll need
aliens.
the shiv or the butcher knife.
Kill some aliens. Hello.
Aliens. Oh, hello.
Oh, hello. Our food situation is under control.
Thanks to you.
Mm-hmm.
Getting
There
peckish.
must be water here somewhere.
Water. Look, there's water right here for you. You're learning.
Yeah, I was doing to learn.
Theories. Why do portal worlds exist? Oh, reset. Soup recipe.
It's so funny. We spent so many times. I could try to cook it. Told me didn't actually cook. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you can cook.
Yeah, I don't know how
literally
complex
everything.
the recipes get, but like, I would assume they get pretty complicated.
Or a garden.
Oh no, I don't think it respawned in there. That I was about to say that big backpack I have is in the office realm.
All right, where is the bot gonna spawn?
There's one right here, right on me. It is to the left, or the yeah. There you go. One right here. I think this will be the bit.
Yeah, it's probably the best one.
Yeah, because it doesn't have a sheath around it.
It is 5:10.
It's 6 or 7 or 8 or 10.
I don't know. I don't know. How long does it take? I mean, it's not a time period, really. It's kind of just like a more like what you do.
The hour after you give up waiting for it. So true. That is when it'll turn night. Too exciting over here. This is where the tram is. You can see where it's. At least I thought you could. There was one of the tram things. You can see where it's stuck in the distance.
Oh, there was one above. I think that's a little bit longer.
Yeah. I don't have anything over here. The other tram entrance is the one that has by the office is the one that's the drop down.
Why do you ask, Marbs? Silo Juan. Oh, button. Oh, is this just the other side like the other one is? Yeah. Cool. So these are both open now in the center. Food. So many things to celebrate. Can you break that glass? Oh, come on, that's stupid. That glass should be breakable, for sure.
Yeah, we should definitely be able to rob these vending machines with IMO.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Here, yeah.
Oh, yeah, we have to change that one now. That actually got broken the other day.
What'd you break?
My hype train record.
Oh. Look at you.
Ah. Yeah, it was kind of unexpected.
Good, it's good.
Is good, is good.
If someone redeemed Attitude, which was, yeah, I mean, if they want me to. I mean, realistically, it's whatever anybody wanted me to. Somebody added a sounding rod and sent me a sounding rod. So now all of my friends say that I'm into sounding on occasion because of chat, so.
Well, a sounding rod would be very useful in some very specific situations.
I was using it to clean out my bowl, and it was made of glass, and it snapped in my hand. And all I kept thinking was, I can only imagine what would happen if that was somebody's, let's just leave it there.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be in there. Bass slippers? Oh, that's a banger. I'd wear the shit out of them too.
Yeah, that one's
Big
not
slipper
really a
guy.
big like haha joke. Silly guy.
People have added stuff that they just want me to put on there before. Like there's a frog watering can that's been on there since I started growing plants a year ago. And someone else put on there. I'm just like, well, okay. I mean, I kind of want it, I guess.
I kind of am into it.
I guess I'll get it eventually. I don't know. So they're using a water pitcher. That's 7. Oh wait, hold on. This is like daytime on the bottom. A child chucker. I mean, I could just do. I don't need Amazon to do that. I could just throw most children. Don't be sleepy.
I am so sleepy. Toggle
Don't be
crouch,
sleepy.
that's what I want right there. Yes.
Don't be sleepy. How does the time work in this? It only ticks every 10 minutes, huh? So I wonder if every minute is 10 minutes? 6 minutes an hour?
I don't know, actually.
Okay. Oh god.
I do look sleepy. That on it. It was genuinely my character who went.
Yeah, it's like triggering. I don't like how good of a yawn they have in this game.
Yeah. They just kept their voice artists up all night.
Yeah.
I'm not my normal bubbly self. I feel like I'm totally normal. What do you mean?
Yeah, I
If
feel
there's just,
like I
nothing
don't
going
think
on
that
quite
Pink's
this
normal
exact
self is
moment.
bubbly. I actually think that's a common misconception.
I am tired.
Or
I
more
have
productive
said that
even.
before, yeah.
Is that my stomach?
I'm experiencing severe hunger pangs.
I can buy you more food.
I don't think Pink. Yeah, Pink is not normal. That's true.
There's a bunch of food at the vending machine for you.
Food. Yay, consume.
They usually only come out at night. How is 8:20 at night the daytime?
I think it's gonna be soon. I think it's 9.
That's what you're putting your big money on? I mean, whatever. That gives me plenty of time to pack a bowl. Or at least turn on my bait.
Am I to understand that this is like multiple yardsticks with holes drilled into them? And a binder clip with rubber bands. What is the handle made out of? And what is the trigger made out of?
I think the handle is a smoothed down desk leg, because I think that's part of the
Okay, fair.
recipe. And then the handle, we gotta look at the recipe. Yes.
Like the trigger, what's the
As
trigger?
we know,
Thought it was funny, isn't it? I mean,
stapler.
It's just whatever. Oh, stapler. But how does that
That's probably what it
trigger?
is. Yeah,
How does that
because
work?
looking at it, the
Here he is,
release
here he
of
is,
the
here he
spring.
is, he's here. He's looking for us. Where are
There's
you?
2 of them? Oh no, there's 1. I'm right by you.
Oh, you have to reload it, doesn't auto reload? Okay, cool.
I feel like I'm like Knight at the Museum in this game.
Ah! I got stunned.
Rick got a weak point. I think if you hit lie.
I think it's whatever's flashing on his back. Oh my gosh, this guy will not hit you. Have to get close. Shot him in the arm. Is this you crawling? Who's this guy crawling?
Eh. Speed. Excuse me? What?
Wait, so do they, like, are we supposed to, like, understand that they come out at night and crawl around and we're supposed to feed them like little gremlins?
You're a real pal, you know that?
What anomaly?
Cunt.
Wait, he like launches soda?
Yeah, I'm in big pain.
This guy's loaded.
Reloading, level 6. This guy has a 1 million health. It's situations like this where I'm a health bar guy. Any other time, I don't care about health bars.
I wonder if
But
we're
this
not
shit gets...
doing it right. Oh,
No, I still don't. Gonna need more food.
I just shot that coworker in his butthole.
I don't have any more food for him. It's just
Wait,
keep
so
taking
we have to
evil
break it
hits.
down?
Little nap in the break room.
Wow, look at all of our stuff.
You got 1 security CPU.
Okay, so we're gonna have to kill another one.
Can I give you...
Thanks for the num-nums, pal.
Oh my god, I hate that.
You're a real pal, you know that?
Stop feeding him.
You're a real pal, you know that?
Stop feeding
What's he
him.
doing? Like, why is he...
Let's
What
be
is
sure
this?
to give it 110%, right, guys?
Oh, he gave us some pens.
He just bolted. Ew, he just
Yeah, I
like
have no-
bolted around up here.
Is he all up in our business?
I don't know. He's sliding around and he's gone. That's absurd. And I hate it.
He's skittering around. Yeah, I just saw him skittering.
Yeah, right?
Like a little Ringu girl.
A little weird.
That's like Sadako from The Ring. That's not normal.
Why are you doing that, sir? Why are you doing that, sir? Don't do that, sir. Okay. So we got 1 CPU.
I had 1 security bot CPU, and that took us the whole night.
Yeah, so we'll have to do the second one tomorrow because we have to build 1 of the computation bricks, and we have to build 1 of the.
I'm putting it in the bottom right.
We have
Bottom
to
right
make
of
2
the bottom
computation
right.
bricks. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Okay, well, we can do it next night. Let's go hunting today.
Attention. This sector is under precautionary security measures. Please remain
Let me eat.
and wait for security assistance.
I gotta make sure I heal up before.
Oh, I need to cook some food, it looks like.
There was some in the fridge.
Yeah.
We do
I
probably
know.
need that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm just gonna cook though. I think that's what I'm just gonna do today is cook. While we wait. While we wait.
Do you have the stack of pens on you?
No, I think. Oh, I do. Yeah. Here. Here.
Do you need more bolts made?
I've got 24 left, which means I used what, 15-ish, or take.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Because you pick some up at the end.
Yeah. Yeah, Ark. Should never be a problem getting food. Just need to find somewhere to cook it.
Test tube. Do you have the bio scrap in there?
On me? No. It's in one of the
It's on the
things.
fridge. Okay. I wasn't sure if it got moved over there because it's food.
No.
I'm gonna try to get a setup for the LCD screen.
I wonder what the hacking minigame is gonna be.
I don't know.
Cooking level 3. Where's cooking? Down here. Ooh, you can cook soups by filling a pot with water and adding ingredients. Interesting.
We have a pot too. I did grab a soup
Interesting.
pot and we have it stored. Makeshift helmet.
What is that? What is that?
I'm getting nervous.
I'm scared.
I actually learned how to make
How to make what? Sorry?
sausages.
What? With what?
It's in the water room where the guy's trapped on top of the ceiling.
Oh my gosh.
There's a recipe for sausage.
Wait, can you share them with me? And is that how I learned them?
I think with him, you might have to go talk to him unless you already have it.
I don't know. I don't know how it works.
I don't know
Who's
how
that
nothing
sexy
works.
voice I hear? A man.
Is that a man in here?
Is that a man? It's Dirge.
It's Deutsch.
It's
Whoa.
Dirge. It's like you need like your own like little like da 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 da. It's Dirge.
Da, 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 da. Dirge.
It's Dirge.
Finish healing. Try to do this.
I don't burn my shit. Come on. Hi guys. Hi guys. Everyone make sure you say hi to each other. Hi you guys. Hi you guys. Guys, look at this. Look at this invigorating gameplay. Look at this, like, top 100 gamer gameplay right here.
Have you guys ever seen Pinxel craft food in a video game, guys?
Never. They've never seen this done before.
That's
This is
what
the
I love
first
about us
time.
being variety streamers that play essentially the same game.
First
Just
time
different
live on Twitch.
Yeah. Well, I could never play the same game every time. I can only play games that are
The
concepts
same.
all the time.
We can only play games that are the same game but different,
Yeah.
or different games that are the same. Listen, survival craft is a genre and only some games have perfected it perfect, you know? Like, it's just... They all have something that makes them good.
That's like, it's funny, like, because Mike never plays survival craft, and he loves Death Stranding, and when I finally played it, I was like, oh, this is just a survival crafting game, and he's like, huh. I didn't know that. I'm like, yeah, I mean, it's a fucking awesome game.
Maybe I like survival craft games.
Yeah. I was like, yeah, that's literally all this is. Like, you're grabbing resources, you're doing missions to expand your resource pools and what you can create. Yeah.
What does that even mean? It literally means, like, we play the same genre. Like, we play survival craft games that, like, all have the same
system.
Generalized
Food,
mechanics. It's just every single one of them does it a little tiny bit differently. That's all. Like, you all have to eat, survive, all that stuff in every single one of these games. Build, hunt. You have to do it in every single one of them, but every single game is just a little tiny bit different. You do something a little bit different with each of them.
Yep. Enemy physics are different. The setting, like this one, the biggest thing for this one for me is the setting, because like this isn't a setting we've gotten before in a survival craft.
Yeah.
Okay, that's actually good for me, you stupid dog. That's what you don't understand. I wanted to die there. I've got so much time to kill. And
you did
my
like
health
Planet
bar
Crafter?
was...
Planet Crafter's up there, but it doesn't have, nothing hurts you, nothing hunts you. I genuinely do feel like Planet Crafter may have lost some people if it did have aggressive creatures.
Would have gained me though.
Exactly.
They don't realize what they've done.
They don't realize what they've done to this genre. How dare they call themselves a survival craft? The only thing you have to survive is the world. So how does it work with a shield? It just goes in your offhand and it's just there?
You right click to shield, but yeah, it always just stays in your offhand.
It was nice not having to worry. Yeah. At first it's tough because you're like, I don't have enough oxygen to make it here, or whatever it may be. I don't have enough oxygen or enough water. But once you unlock a lot of stuff and your oxygen is like super maxed out, we can be out there for forever. Little camps, yeah, just little pods. Just little oxygen pods along the way.
Oh my god, this little alien was just sitting in the executive chair. That's so funny.
Oh my gosh, I love it. He is the boss now.
He is the boss. It's the one that I was rolling around too, and it's just like casually sitting in the middle of the one area. That's what makes it so fucking funny.
That's great. I'm so bummed the OBS just crashed this morning while I was sleeping.
I hate when it fucking throws my streaks and shit off.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I guess I'll go... Fuck,
I guess I'll just go die. With a shower and sleep. I do. I mean, I'm still tired, but that's just because streaming in general just is exhausting. So I'm still tired, but like, I'm good. I'm rested.
It's funny too how different the like levels of exhaustion can be from streaming, because
yeah.
Like, some games are just so much more taxing than others mentally.
Yeah, like this is good. So far.
Yeah, survival crafts
This
are
has been
almost
chill.
always chill enough. Where it's like, no matter what mood I'm in, no matter how, like, I mean, I obviously within reason, how tired I am, I can usually just, like, sit down and play a survival craft for at least, like, 5 or 6 hours without thinking about it.
Mm-hmm.
The Rim World's so bad for me right now. Like,
Really? Are you getting back into it?
Every time I've sat down, it's like, oh, I thought I've been playing for 2 hours, and it's 10 hours later. Like, the new update's just so good. The performance, they quadrupled the performance on the last update. It was already a pretty good performing game.
Mm.
But, like, the speed's so much better. Mods are all getting updated. They had the horror stuff from the last one. I finally started playing around with it, and it's just, like, it just adds so much neat flavor. Like, your whole colony might fill with a fog, and then, like, the dead might come back, or, like...
Oh, that's kind of cool.
There's, like, all kinds of different shit, or, like, there's blood moons for the genetic vampires now. So if you have any on your tile, either, like, wild men, or, like, traders, or even your own people, they get, like, a little bit ornerier and crazier.
It said this one can be used in a soup. Is that what I read?
Soup, I think it's the
3
cooking pot.
soup recipes. I want to try soup. So it just said you need water and a pan, which we have.
Reckon I'm leaving here? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
He's got a new trade.
Now there's these little hobby things everywhere.
Canned peas for root beers.
But
I bought the employee locator finally.
come see me for a trade.
Oh, good. So you can find me when I die.
I've got 11 magazines if you want to make the rest of the magazine stuff. If you want me to. Do you have the...
I don't have anything.
Okay.
I've been very busy. Okay. I have the cooking pot full. I think.
I'm gonna be so mad if this isn't a guaranteed drop.
Water. Add raw carbuncle to soup. Requires a full pot of clean water. A full pot of... Fuck you.
Sleepy.
Fuck you,
Better get your sleep in
game.
before tonight.
Yeah, I will. Hold on, I'm coming. Oh, sleepy. Sleepy.
Oh, I'm just a sleepy little boy. Do you have any more magazines? I need one more.
Bitch. I'm no longer sleepy.
Here, I've got you a little bit of armor.
Oh, okay, hold on. I need to get water. 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 Go away. I'm just trying to get water.
Just thirsty.
I'm thirsty. Ah. I just need a little bit more water. I just need a little bit more. Water. Wait, can I get it from a water machine? Yeah. Okay, it's full. Time to cook.
When did I last drink something?
Oh my gosh. Fine. Drink, 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 drink. Then you're gonna have to piss yourself.
No pissies.
No pissies.
No pissies.
No piss, girl.
No piss. Time 5 or 2. That's yours, by the way, in the middle.
Okay. I'm still making soup. I'm determined.
I'm gonna go try to find one more magazine.
Add raw. Ingredient is already in soup. Cooking unknown soup. How do I know when it is done? I don't like that it's like just floating around like a little fetus.
Yeetus.
Little ding? I don't know. The other ones kind of like sizzle when they're done. It says uncooked unknown, so maybe it'll change. Who knows? This light is so annoying right now. Dang, how long does this take?
Forever.
Bad soup. Bad soup. You're awfully judgy, sir. Just saying. That's awfully fucking judgy of you. 2 portions. Requires soup bowl? What?
I can't drink it out of the pot? Like, who the fuck do you think I am? You think I'm fancy?
Use your soup recipe book in your compendium. But I didn't have any recipe. Use your soup recipe book in your... Shut your mouth.
You fucking never gave me any soup recipe book.
Oh my gosh. Theoretical soup. Oh,
Theoretical
I could have done that
soup?
with some peas. Oh, some peas, some salt, and some pest.
I heard the radio, something about level 3. I'd stay away if I were you. Hide somewhere. But not here,
I can't
alright?
pick it up now.
Close the door!
Close the door.
Yeah, so with the, employee finder. You can like see him through the walls. Oh, that guy,
Yeah,
we've walked by him.
Oh, you have an employee finder to find other employees, not even us?
Yeah, it shows you the hidden people.
That's cray.
Yeah, that's useful.
The Jansport backpack? It is. How do you know?
Former ours.
I may need to go.
We need to go to the bathroom again?
Did you take shitty pissies as a trait?
I think
Like,
I did take
damn.
shitty pissies as a trait.
Yeah.
Where
That
do I
seems
see
worse
my
than,
traits? Where's my shitty pissy traits? Toilet required. You'll need to relieve yourself soon.
That's. You can throw sharp melee weapons at level 3. That's kind of.
Oh, stats? There it is. Okay. Yeah, I have weak bladder. Shitty pissy. I need the shitty pissy 15% more, and I need the shitty pissy longer than others.
Oh. Got a powerful pelvic floor.
I am doing great, thank you.
Shut up. You just ate.
I'm feeling a little snacky.
Oh my god, I'm shitting? You can't even give me some privacy?
Please, I am just trying to do a shitting.
Wow, that was so disrespectful. That was honestly really rude, guys. Just trying to do a shitty pissy in private.
I can see you through the floors now.
Yeah, that's what I said. We can see you. I can't believe I'm hungry all the time. I didn't even take a hungry thing. Okay. Is it almost time? 6:10. Okay. Where's the next one? Dirge?
Not sure. I think the same one we might be able to do.
Maybe. There's definitely a bot in the big... Shit. The big, office area.
Yeah, but we might get jumped by, like, dogs and a million other things, and there's my worry.
True.
I gotta patch up my leg real quick, and I will go scout and see if...
Need a radio. Are you not entertained?
Are you not entertained?
Are you not entertained? There's not a robot over here in the thing now.
Okay. I guess I will meet you over in the office then.
Yeah. Always a shame, but it's nice to have some beats. And I could put some music on if it's that boring. Oh wait, there's the one that's right next to the elevator. Not elevator, right next to the Sector 3 elevator, you know?
Key. I think I know where I'm going. I see in the distance. Shitty pissies for you.
7:50. Okay, it's 8 o'clock.
Will be powered down momentarily. If you have not already evacuated the facility, consider this your top priority. Have a wonderful and productive evening.
God damn it.
Do you need me to come get you?
Fucking dogs. I'm coming towards you. I just...
Okay.
I think I got him.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello, he's right there.
He's not awake yet? Good.
No, he's not awake
You got
yet.
shitties.
Shitty pissies.
Why is there not a pooping skill?
I mean, it's just the bathroom.
Yeah, well, like, you know, I mean,
I
like,
think it
it's
is
that,
pooping. You have to, like, relieve yourself. Like, it says to ease the passage.
Yeah, that's a skill.
Yeah.
Hey, Pink.
Yeah.
It says I can break this robot charging pad. I'm gonna fucking scream if I break that, and it has to say. Oh no, just look him up.
Yeah. You just woke him up. I don't like his spinnies. I'm down. Gimme. Gimme.
You gotta wait for him. Ouch. Long's a mistake.
Thank you.
Ooh, not that long. Oh, do you need bolts? I forgot to.
No, I got 20-ish. Oh shit. Alright, I'll be back.
Gonna come for you. Oh, I got you. Oh.
No, I was dead. Like, no res. Yeah, he booked me up.
All vacant perforations will be resetting in 3, 2, 1. Reset complete.
Friday.
I'm back. Oh, I got people behind me.
Dog.
I need help.
Oh, get off me, come on.
I wonder if we can do that during the day.
Maybe.
Okay, my question is why does this robot not attack the monsters? There we go. The monster's attacking the robot. I think the monster took down the robot for us.
Break it.
We got it.
Sweet. Alright, so now we can make that thing. Oh, here we go. Now I can
Here
see.
you go, little guy. You scurrying off again? In the daytime? Weird little guy.
Weird little guy. Excuse me.
Okay. Have you seen Traffic? No, I haven't. Good take. I do like
Thank you.
most of the Nat Geo stuff.
Attention, this sector is under precautionary security measures. Please remain in place and wait for security assistance.
Circuit board. We need 3 of them.
3. Did you build it? Oh, are you building it?
Working on it. Yeah,
The
yeah.
hacky.
Oh, this is
Yeah, you should be building 2 of the
keyboard screw stuff.
computation bricks. We need 2 of those computation bricks to be able to make the 2 things that we need for the hacker.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about. Phone. It's actually 3 that we need. We gotta go kill another one.
What? How does it 3?
Each one of those parts needs one. So the infrared emitter and then the other 2 both need, or all need one.
What's the 3rd piece?
I've got LCD screen, and I've got... Where's the other piece? LCD screen and controller.
Oh, we need the controller for it too?
Yeah.
I didn't realize we need the controller for it too. Okay.
I guess we gotta go see if maybe we can smash one of those bases.
Alright, so where's there another one? Do we remember?
I think there's another one in the lobby somewhere. I think there were 2. If not, we've got the one in the office, right?
Yeah.
20. Let me grab a couple more. Yeah, I don't know what their respawn timers are in this game. I assume they have them.
Well, that's why I'm confused, because I literally watched one respawn in front of me earlier, and then it hasn't happened since.
Yeah, that one desk table.
Yeah. Watch a little tree. What does that mean? What? Literally? Do I watch a little tree? No? Oh, literally? Literally?
Literally.
Literally. Literary. Literally.
Quite literally.
Quite literally. Quite literally. Okay. Oh, let me repair my shit first.
You can reload weapons you aren't qualified to use. That is a weird sounding
That's nice
skill.
of them.
Yeah. I cannot find this robot in the lab. Also, all of my shit's almost broken, so I don't even know why I'm looking for him. I need to go back and repair.
Knock it off.
Oh. Very cool, very cool.
There.
Oh no, our refrigerator broke. When did that happen?
Oh yeah, when did that happen? I'm in the office. I'm gonna try to find... He definitely walks around here, so he's gotta be close to here.
Some water would be good.
Oh, it's right here.
When you say it like that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm saying it like that because it's right here.
When you say it like that.
Are you coming back?
Yeah, I gotta repair my gear real quick.
Okay.
I could definitely eat something.
Oh, also, we never had to make the circuit board. Oh no, I just made extra. Never mind, the circuit board component. What the fuck is the scrap metal? Alright, I'm coming.
Yoo-hoo! Exactly, horseman. Mark. How are you? Welcome in. Just gonna start breaking everything down.
Yeah, you can start smashing this thing. I should be pretty close.
Oh, that's not what I
There's
was
another
answering.
security dude.
You winning? Oh my gosh, we're doing so many factors that are abiotic. It's crazy.
Absolutely wild.
This is what I want
there
to
you are. I can
do.
see in the distance. Finally. Great. Where is this fucker?
Oh, right here. Yeah, he don't like that very much.
Oh, the spear now. I mean, when it's bright out, these are like 10 times easier to fight.
Hey, rude.
Leave her alone, she's a nice lady.
Go turn back around.
Get blocked.
Nice.
These honors, make the last piece.
No, I'm full. Go ahead. Pick it up. Let's go.
We did the thing. Oh, did you ever get your bag
Yeah.
from before?
Hold on a second.
I was gonna say it's just up that stairwell. You are dead. I don't understand why that lets you fall off of that. Like, why does that look like something you're supposed to jump down? Just to prove how weak your ankles are? Everybody.
Okay, sorry. Phone call.
Okay, good.
Or a spear. Nah. Shoot him from range. If it bleeds, you could kill him. If it bleeds,
Reckon I'm
it
leaving
can
here? I
die.
don't think so. Radio's dead, half the doors are buggered, and now there's these little hoppy things everywhere. You're on your own.
Oh, I got canned peas for you.
You
Here's
like
your little
turns up,
recipe.
come see me for a trade. You like peas?
Here you go.
Thanks.
I'd better eat soon.
Circuit board brick.
Hacky, 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 hacky. You take the elevator right up there. I know where's the elevator is.
Yeah, it requires powered pass. You are connected, you fuck. Quit trying to play me,
why
dog.
it does it for you.
Yeah.
Mop, did you
whatever.
ever play this game with anybody, or did you just play it solo?
Keyboard desk. I think we had problems with that in the early access.
I don't remember.
I can't remember because it's been so long.
Every time he wants to use this, he has to disconnect it from the wall and reconnect it to the power strip. I don't have to. Oh my gosh, is a thing, is a fucking portal to hell gonna spawn in our base again?
Probably, because I just crafted the item we needed.
Maybe we shouldn't go till the morning then. So we can be here and our shit's not all broken.
Here, you take the keypad hacker. On the ground. I know you were excited for the minigame.
Oh, I just wanted to know what it was.
No, you were excited for the minigame. I
Right,
can't take
you're
that
right.
from you. You were so excited.
You're
If you're
right, I was so excited for the minigame.
You can do all of the minigames, and I will do none of them.
You do the poop minigame.
The
You
big poop
literally get to poop all the time. Sir, where's the rest of our pans? Oh, I have them like a doofus. The doofus is me. Huh? Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me.
No. There you go.
Thank you. Just trying to provide for this family, honestly.
Yeah, well, someone's got to.
The poop minigame is satisfying.
Nature
Oh my
calls.
gosh, it spawned on me.
The monster?
The portal to hell.
Oh, we actually have one of those in there?
Mm-hmm.
Can we step on it, or does it hurt?
No, it'll start spawning stuff.
That was so raw. I thought it was cookied. You monsters ain't shit.
Well, now it's cookied. Wait, no, it's not. Oh, it's weird because the purple.
You got one behind you now. You got one behind you now, Ping.
Why are you doing this to us? Why are you doing this to us?
take this one last time?
They're not in our house. No. No. I mean, they definitely started spawning stuff. Maybe they won't this time?
Yeah, I don't know. Probably as soon as we walk away.
Mm-hmm.
What time is it? Oh, it's still daytime, that's why.
Oh.
It's like another 2 hours till they start spawning, I think.
Okay. Trying to cook food, man.
Things you can pop open with your little keypad.
I'm just trying to cook some food, man.
Man, I'm just trying to feed my family.
Why did you have to spawn right on my salad?
Right in front of my salad?
Yes. You have kitty? Oh my gosh. What are you naming? Have you decided?
You got a kitty.
Wolfie.
I'm so excited for you.
My cooking skills. Kiki? Oh my gosh, here's another one? Why are they spawning on me?
Nothing spawned on me.
Look, there's another one right here. I was just
the
standing
little
here.
portals? Yeah. I thought you meant there were people spawning. That's what I keep looking for. I'm like, wait, which stuff? But yeah, I don't know. That's weird.
They've chosen me.
I'm gonna raid over to you. We can keep playing for like another hour or so.
Okay.
But I'm starting to get the like, I know I'm not talking enough or emoting with my face.
Oh, the eeps? Yeah.
Yeah, the eeps, where it's like, I can totally do this, but I can't be like the face.
Entertaining
on the
people
things.
for it? Yeah.
Yeah. Goodbye, chat. Enjoy Pink.
Goodbye.
Hey, hello.
Oh my god, a raid from Dirge?
I'm pretty sure literally everyone is lurking at work, so you do not have to feel obligated to play your video.
Oh yeah, mine's mostly lurks too. It's all good.
This time of day, yeah.
This time of day, yeah. What time is it now? 7:20. Okay.
So.
Almost.
Yeah, we're very close.
Well, she's very cute. I hope you're very excited.
Did Woofy post pictures in your Discord?
Yeah. He definitely has Kiki vibes, that's for sure.
Oh my god, little baby!
Little baby.
Yeah, that is such a cutie. I love a good birdie. She looks like she has lots of personality.
She does look very, yeah. I was about to ask, like, does she have a lot of personality already? She seems like she does.
Kid, you got a face for Hollywood.
A face for Hollywood.
This sector will be powered down momentarily. If you have not already evacuated the facility, ambiguity, consider this your top priority. Have a wonderful and productive evening.
Eight 10. I'm confused about the spawning on me part though. Yeah, I knew what you meant. How is it now? 8:40. Oh my gosh. Oh, look, it's like a weird portal now. Wait. Did my game just freeze again?
You're walking into a corner pretty good.
Yeah. What is here? This glow stick is glowing. Did you put that there?
Oh, I threw it at you. I threw that at you, yeah.
Okay, because in between it was like wild. Okay, it's nighttime. Okay, that's cooked. All right, so what's going on with these?
Warning.
I don't know.
Air feels different. Okay.
Air feels different, yeah.
Hi, Oni. We are playing Abiotic Factor. Alright, and then it takes a... Yeah, see, I was like, it takes a minute after this.
Excuse me.
They're gone, yay! Okay, I don't know what the point of that is.
Free food, I guess, right by your fridge?
I guess so. Alright, at 6 a.m., let's go upstairs. Is that good? Dirge?
What?
I said at 6 a.m. we'll go upstairs and hack.
Yeah, that sounds fine.
Okay. This time. Let us go.
I pack thing and put it in vape and then I fell.
Wait, I gotta go pissy shitty anyway. In the game chat, of course. I would never take time away from stream to do that.
I perceive a distinct lack of snacks.
Attention. This sector is under precautionary security measures.
Okay.
Please remain
Let's go.
If you do plan on working late,
You can hack into the back of the security thing. I noticed one there. On the right side behind it. Back here. Where'd you go? Right here.
No, get that. Yeah. Oh, it just goes. Hell yeah. You can break his computer all up. Parts.
You don't want to hang out with us, Mr. Guy?
No, he don't. He a bitch. You didn't wash your hands? That's right. It's the apocalypse, baby.
Yeah, and they cook all the food, so.
Hell yeah. Look at all of this. Whoa, a ladder. Whoa.
Dr. Derek Mance reporting. Although it remains essentially hostile, these peccary can be taught to respond to basic commands, as Dr. Manbanco has demonstrated so performatively, as its biosystems work much more swiftly here. It learns extremely rapidly. Many on the executive committee will want a weapon, I'm sure. Their imagination
Gotta come
reaches
back
no
here. There's
further.
so much stuff here.
But if we can just breed the
I
aggression
mean, I have
out,
my cart, but we don't want to
peccary
push
would
it.
make an extraordinary work beast. Our world
Mine's
has enough
completely empty.
toys of war.
Yeah, so break all these computers all up. What are you doing?
Oh, I just kind of assumed we didn't need any of this stuff anymore, ever. We got it all.
Oh, yeah. I wish it worked like that in these types of games. Just a one and done. Just a one and done. Sorry. I was stabbing. I don't know why it stopped stabbing to do a different move.
I'm feeling a little snacky.
Hell yeah. Open. Oh man.
Spectruming.
Let Spectrum do its thing, and then hopefully it'll be back. Hello.
Do you have any idea what's going on?
Yes, it is a Spectrum thing.
Have you only got blue clearance too?
Hashtag the Spectrum
Been
things.
hiding here since those goons attacked that poor technician down there. Is he even still breathing? I can't bear to look. Something's happened to the perforation system. The portals have gone haywire, but that shouldn't be able to happen. I wish I knew what was happening in labs right now. Oh, I'm staying right here. Anything else is crazy. If the portal system is malfunctioned, there's no telling what could have found its way into the facility.
Oh my god, I found a gun.
Yay!
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. So many computers in here. We're gonna have to come back for.
I heard the radio, something about level 3. I'd stay away if I were you.
Level 3? Sorry, I just went on a total hacking side quest here while you were reloading. Is this game Scottish? I don't know.
No, it's Polish or Swedish or something like that. One of those. Oh, there's someone right behind the door. Oh, it's this girl. Never mind. Do you have any extra dialogue for us?
Did you get those CPUs from the security robots?
Yeah, I did.
I can't get my data until you make that hacker.
That hacker.
Uh oh.
Yo, I've hit him at least 3 times, definitely. Nice.
I have 9mm ammo that I picked up.
Oh, sweet.
There you go.
Whoa. Somebody got dragged.
Scientist, do not reignite the rift. There are abominations within. My brethren crossed over to seal
I like how
your
we both just stab him.
Is the cost of your knowledge not already clear?
Power cell, carry, core, wear protection.
You will not stop yourself. We will.
Clearance insufficient.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Just
He's still
hacked my
dying
way
over
through
there, dude.
everything.
You suck.
Oh, Ben.
I like how you walked right by the hazmat arm.
Wait, is there
There
only
was
one?
only one. Enjoy your hazmat medication.
Okay, let's go. Is this Minecraft?
To be able to return the return part, oh, you might want to take food. Yeah, I don't care. Oh, wow. This is actually not what I expected the game to do with these four. I figured they would all be like weird alien work.
Distinct lack of snacks.
Shut up, dude. You're never getting any more snacks.
Dying dude. Military MRE. Pick. Pick. What do you mean it won't budge? There's a man on it. Bounty basket. Ice cream.
Open this door. Open, open, open. No, back, behind, behind. Let me in. Let me in. Thank you.
Oh my gosh, we're in a blockbuster. Ooh, what's this? Can I talk to you? Are you friendly?
Trust you are here.
Oh my gosh.
You want out? Of course you want out. Like them, the giants. You are trapped here. But shut down the devices. Your devices. Remove the power cells. 1, 2, 3. You'll have your way out. But what then? When you've opened your door, what then? Eh?
Oh, whoa.
Oh.
Whoa. We can go over to him. Oh, can we go in this tree house?
Found our portal back. By the tree house.
It was just literally just a flashlight. This is where it came from. Silly. I'm silly.
We get up top there. That's locked.
Oh, here's a portal. Right here. Did we learn anything in here? We just talked to this guy?
Yeah, I feel like there's probably more going on than
Like,
here.
there's a big man over here. See, some entities cannot be killed by your weaponry and should be avoided at all costs.
Well, yeah, they're telling you that, not me. I can kill him. I could definitely kill him.
I think you could. I think you could take him. Haha, I went into the sewer. Now you can't get me. I need 2 seconds though for it.
Antifungal gelatin to open the path.
Sorry. My throat was so dry. I needed to run downstairs and fill my...
But yeah, you almost died, I could tell.
Okay. So is that the way out? That portal? Have we figured out anything else to do?
I assume so.
Still there waiting for me, huh? Oh my gosh. He like on my booty.
Oh, the big boy?
Yeah. Like I keep ducking into places to hide and he just... Hello?
It's like, hello, I want that butt.
Yeah. Literally though. And I wish he would find someone else to shwooty hunt for that booty.
Swiggity swooty.
Shwooty, he want my booty. Third, sent. I think the poison cloud is him.
Oh, there's two of them, that's why.
There's many of them. There's many. Well, hold on. Didn't it says enter the portal to recover power cells? Is this the portal, or is this a different one? Is this a fuck off one?
That takes you back out. I already went out of it.
No. That's not what I mean. The portal we're in now, is this the portal for the quest?
Oh, I would assume so. Yes.
Okay.
I need to lie down.
What's wrong, Horseman? You're not a fan?
Oof, I need food.
Gosh, how am I hungry and tired? Next thing you know, she's gonna have to go to the bathroom. Oh my gosh, I do have to go to the bathroom, I think.
On the power cell.
Okay, so... is it just one? To access the manufacturing sector. So now we can leave, right?
There's another... Well, there's another portal on top of the building that I'm gonna jump out of.
I don't know where you are. Oh, he died. Nice.
Okay, that door's open. Holy shit, this industrial stove has 8 burners.
Oh my gosh, what do you need for that? Does it show you?
Doesn't even say that you can remove it.
Crazy.
Dr. Derek Mann's reporting, Research Director. IS-064 seems to sing to itself, if you could call it that, emitting a series of resonant tones suggestive of communication. The cavities that create these sounds appear to be the same cavities the creature uses to ingest anyone who comes within reach.
Okay, put a second power cell. Oh, now I'm in the bookstore, it looks like, that I couldn't get into before. got eaten. Oh no, I didn't get eaten. He doesn't one-shot you? That's great.
Why are there not more bathrooms?
The science all started because, you know, they were trying to find more places to shit.
True. Oh, it says I'm stinky. Knew it. That I was stinky. No, you didn't. You didn't know anything of the sort.
Good, there's 2 of these in here. Oh no. This is gonna be a pain. Oh, that's not that bad. I forgot you go back to the portal.
You're so brave and so strong.
Thank you for acknowledging that, though.
This sector will be powered down momentarily. If you have not already evacuated the facility, consider this your top priority. Have a wonderful and productive evening.
Safety depends on it. Now,
I have to find like a shower.
Yeah, you smell.
I am stinky.
You can use any water too. You stink. Bathroom sinks have water.
Not always.
Sometimes.
Sometimes. You mean Pinxel?
Pinxel. Fucking owned.
Getting peckish.
Now rest up.
There's some water in this very bathroom.
But not where I am, unfortunately. There we go. Now we're back on track. We're healthy again.
Nah, and I don't know how to get back to my body. The quest items.
Oh, interesting. Hold on. Let me look. All right, I don't know. Maybe I just reset it, Wolfie. See if that works in whenever the cooldown's done.
Oh, is Wolfie trying to get some Koroks?
Yeah. Yay.
Attention, this sector is under precautionary security measures. Please remain in place and wait for security assistance.
Nice. Nice.
What the fuck do I get out of here? Is it just the...
My screen was going so black I couldn't see anything. I had to leave.
Yeah, I feel that. I'm just trying to fucking get out of here, period.
Seek fluid intake immediately.
Go my ankles.
Thank you.
That's it. Thank goodness.
Okay,
Bro,
so
you guys should not be able to leave buildings.
use power cell to access manufacturing sector.
It's in my pocket.
No, I know. So does that mean I'm checking to see if that means forklift guy?
I think so.
Manufacturing.
Okay, I'm about to
Manufacturing
leave.
west.
Yeah, I've got 2 of them, so I don't know where the second one goes.
Yeah, that definitely goes here for him.
I'm back in the treehouse right now. Just not the exit. Down the entrance.
I wish I could grab onto stuff and climb.
Getting peckish. Are you on the way?
Walking very slowly with broken legs, yes.
Okay.
Yes, 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 yes. I see you. I can
No,
see you in
from
the
this
distance.
angle, I couldn't tell if you were getting closer or not. Like you were
For a
just like
while,
a
I
blur.
So wait, can you see them? Because I have the trinket equipped.
I can see you.
I gotta go back to the base.
Okay. I'll explore.
You fucking did.
Who actually says they're getting peckish? I'm frozen. There we go. Where does this go? Where's this? This is like a garage. That's what I see, I guess. Weird. Very weird. Wait, where is this? Oh, so now we don't have to go all the way around. We can just go in here. Okay. I see, I see, I see. Do you guys see, chat? Do you see the light?
Do you see?
Oh, say. Okay. Alright, oop. Okay. Ooh, a green pooter. Set respawn point!
Check-in approved.
What the hell? Cement. Ooh, I just learned new stuff. Whatever that noise is, I hate it.
I learned how to make headlights for the platform card.
Oh, that's pretty cool, actually.
Yeah, I like that. And a ramp. A small slanted ramp for mantling and ascending, but may have other uses too. Interesting.
Stay quiet. They'll hear you.
Wait, are you bad? Are you a bad? Are you a bad person? No, you're not.
At first,
I almost killed
it was
you.
an accident. Those creatures everywhere. But then these terrorists came, hunting us. Now I don't know what to believe. What do they want? If I can just get to the blacksmith, he'll know how to get out of here. He's wired into this whole sector, and his forge is a fortress, so he should be safe. I think. I'll open the door for you now, but I'm telling you, they're shooting at anything that moves. Be careful.
Okay, so it was shooting. You were right. That's crazy.
I will be shooting.
No, they were. There's a lot of shooting in here.
Is your pistol just a pipe pistol?
No, it's a security pistol.
Oh, you got a nice one, yeah.
Yeah.
I have an option to make a pipe pistol.
A hole? A button? What does this button do?
Yeah.
Ooh, open. Okay.
I'd better
You have eaten so much, I swear. Lock. Button. Oh, it's not a button, it's a power socket. Another button? Yeah. I don't even like attempt to figure out what they do. They could literally kill me and I'm just like, button?
Button. Hit button. Hit button now.
Okay, that's back here. Perfect. Okay, cool.
Can anyone hear me?
So there's a downy. There's a door in, an innie. Ooh, let's wash ourselves.
Alpha. Oh, hey, I'm over here in the crane.
You're in the
glass is
crane.
bulletproof, but these guys
Christopher
don't know the
Walken's
meaning
in the
of give up.
crane.
I keep hearing them talk some kind of code. Whatever. I figure the best thing I can do is distract them so they don't notice poor suckers like you. I'm guessing you're looking for a way out. But first thing those trigger-happy assholes did was
Oh, I
lock
see them.
down
They're
the
right there.
crossroads. You could push straight through if you got the guts. Or you could get smart and work your way around them. Head for the garage. Try and touch base with the blacksmith. He ain't going
This is the
anywhere.
way we wash ourselves.
I know what I'd do.
Find the blacksmith. Okay.
No, this sucks. Yeah, my pistol only holds 1 round.
Mine holds 8, I think.
That's 8 times as many as I get.
I'm not a fan of the aiming though. I like flail like a crazy person.
I think it's like level 5 you can actually aim. Or what about the store?
Is it hackable? Oh my god.
Last one.
Amazing. Open. Wow. So many lockers to loot. Holy shit.
Paper just became relevant again because that's how you make ammo. Paper and scrap ammo.
I'm full on a bunch of stuff. You're gonna have to grab a bunch of it.
I've got half room.
I could certainly use a kick.
I like that they stay open if they're empty.
Yeah, it's useful.
Oh, open this way now. Bunch of stuff here. Bunch more computers up here. Hack. Oh, this is, I already came in here. So they reclose when you...
Yeah.
Yeah, because I've already came up
I
here.
hate that so much.
Yeah, because now you don't know what you've done. But there's a lot of shit in here we could loot. Alright, let's go back so we can clear our inventories. And then we can go into Sector 3. Oh, come on, Horseman. Why are you bullying me?
Here at the Gate Cascade Research Facility, safety...
Oh, sneeze. Robot oil. What we had down here. I don't know what that is yet either. I gotta go cook. We definitely need to get a stove that has more than one spot.
Yeah, we gotta move.
So they'll just attack, like, anyway. Like, I came in, and one of them was just attacking the fridge, and we had just been gone. Like, they'll just come in and attack anyway. So we definitely have to move. And we have to figure out how to get the wrench. Shame we can't just break this down. It's a shame.
I think barricades might be the trick too.
Yeah, I did see that. Yeah. I mean, the little
I
ones can
told
hop
one not to be
over.
silly. Well, there's the cubicle walls too.
Oh, go touch the cement so you can learn the cement things.
Where is it?
It's in the save. Yeah.
Big wall.
I mean, we could make the Choppinator.
Yeah. Well, do you want to explore the next area, or do you want to move? Because I'll probably call it after whatever we do next.
Yeah, let's explore the next area. Let's go.
I mean,
find...
empty except for ammo.
Oh yeah, I was cooking. Hold on, let me just grab this.
Let me check my... Don't have to shit, not thirsty, could eat.
I do have to, I just have to eat, and then I'll sleep while you're eating. So I'm just cooking this piece right here. It does have a shitting mechanic, yeah. There's a shitting minigame when you go shit. Okay, I'm eating. I'm gonna go sleep if you want to cook some food for yourself. Okay. Gotta eat my pills. Alright, are we ready? Let's go.
Level, sprinting.
What level?
6.
I'm 5. Oh, 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 oh.
Oh, at max speed, we can stagger the enemies by running at them. That's kind of...
That's amazing.
Kill that guy. Wait, what? You're not pretty anymore. Your hat hides your hair.
I know, it takes my hair out. I hate it so much. Alright, so we have to find the blacksmith, it says. He dies after we come back, which is great. Your gear, leave personal effects in the lockers. Okay. Wait, we did this one already. Wait, it brought me somewhere else, I think, when you teleport out.
It does.
Oh no, this was to go in here. Now we have to go into manufacturing.
Yeah.
I'm backwards. I'm sorry. That was me being a stupid head.
Stop!
Hey, knock that off. Dirge, you're never supposed to tell ladies she isn't pretty anymore. No, I'm not pretty anymore. Look at me. I'm hideous.
Look like me.
I know. Yeah, I think we can go this way, and I think it cuts. Yeah, because this is where we were. Oh wait. Yeah, I was like, okay. And then yeah, manufacturing's in there. Yeah. Manufacturing west. Alright, check in here so you get your little respawn.
Traveled through the office sector with barely a paper cut. I just got an achievement.
Yeah, because you made it to manufacturing. Did you hit the respawn point?
Check-in approved.
Okay. Oh, nothing there. Nothing there. Can't go in there.
Maybe the blacksmith
Yeah,
knows
that's
what
what you
happened
talked
to
to. They
Frank
told
and
us
her
to get
team.
the blacksmith.
Last I heard, they were down in the mines. Then the radio died, and...
Right, so there's a
Oh,
down
right here. But
Where's this
no.
go? No, okay. But then there's also an elevator here. Let's go here. Oh, run synchronization test. Doesn't seem to be working. Okay. Maybe we do have to go down.
Ladder at the end of that tunnel.
Yeah, I
flipped
went
the
up
button.
there. Yeah.
Good evening.
No, you turned it back
Today's
off.
power and primary illumination in this sector will be
Oh wait,
ceasing
what's this
shortly.
door?
Have a safe and successful evening.
Maintenance. Can't go in there. Yeah, so you can go and talk to this guy on the radio, and he'll be like, "Hey, be
I'd head
careful.
for the
There's these
garage and
guys."
Go from there if I were you. You can't miss it. Just be careful. These guys ain't messing around.
Ooh, I just did something. Oh, I opened that gate. Okay. And then this also goes down.
I could definitely eat something.
Oh, I got new stuff. What is this? Rebar. Hatch that doesn't open. Okay. Not sussy. Why is there no just like
there's
interactive
people.
eat button? Yeah, I know.
Are they gonna shoot us?
Probably, that's my guess. Military electronics. I'm fucking full again. I have found so much stuff, Dirge. Nachos. 2 of 2. 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 2 refrigerator with an egg. Oh no, a potato. Oh my gosh, I need to, like, I'm gonna have to start sacrificing some shit because I need, like... Oh my god, there's so much stuff.
Research facility. We're in the business of keeping...
Yeah, I see you guys, don't worry.
Yeah, they start shooting, because the one guy said hostile.
Nice. Oh my gosh, there's so much stuff. I can't even pick it all up. Hack this door? Hack, wait, the restroom door? That's a little strange. Is it not really a restroom? Wolfie here, I'm pooping. Here's my minigame.
Open me.
I found a wrench! I found a wrench. All right.
Where is sighted?
The wrench will help. Should be able to disassemble a lot of other stuff now. Hey! Oh shit, that's not you.
There's a grenade out of here, spot. Holy shit, I got him. That killed 2 of them.
I got 1. We can't even get anything off of them? Oh fuck me, there's a dude here.
If you finish him off, you do.
I did.
Yeah. I got 357 Magnum ammo, a radio
Oh, you
pack.
mean like smush him?
Yeah, you gotta get right up next to him.
Okay, well there's another guy here, so hopefully...
Okay, I can give you my backpack now because I found a better one.
Oh wait, hold on.
Well, the same one, but it
Military
takes
electronics, 50, human skull. I have no fucking clue where I am, Dirge.
Am I in your way?
I have no fucking clue where I am, dude. Oh my. I found not a good place to be.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, a person? Are you a bad person?
Crowded down here.
You're not a bad person. Hello, who are you, Julia?
You're evacuating, aren't you? And
Yeah.
trying to keep out of sight. I know the feeling. But I can't think about it right now. Frake asked me to get something from the blacksmith. She's got a plan to get us out of here. It's extreme, but it just might work.
I just hear shooting. Are they shooting at you?
The The safety rating
Yeah, big
of this
shooties.
sector
Big
is
shootings?
now -4. Please exit this sector via the main surface tunnel. Have a safe and successful day.
Oh wait, that's got a fan. Oh wait, not all the way, okay. Got it. Dr. Moira Shepherd. Artifact.
Box's loot pool changed. It's got rebar in it now.
I just picked up, so maybe it picks up like as we pick up stuff? Because I picked up rebar.
IS-173, the aptly named Pest, is intriguing in part for the similarities it bears with much early life on Earth, based on certain genetic parallels and indeed its genetic structure. Dr. Pendleton has identified some striking similarities.
Get murdered on.
Remains a theory at best.
Listen, I just need good stuff.
I found him. I think I found him.
Okay. Ooh, class 2.
The blacksmith.
You don't got a lot of time. Radio's out. Frake's gone AWOL. And the place is crawling with gunned up psycho cowboys. They ain't shut me down yet. But folk like you need to be getting to the surface tunnel. Roadway's locked up tight, so you need to find a way through the security doors up there. Maybe you can hack through somehow. They don't
You can
exactly
trade
lying around.
for the optic lens, the fire suit, welding mask, blacksmith gloves, cement.
Whatever.
Yeah, but I have the wrench now, which should let us go get some of the other stuff.
Yeah, so I think a lot of these people are just, they probably trigger certain doors opening, and they probably also like have like renewables of certain stuff. Like I saw I could trade CPU there.
Oh my gosh, does this tram work? This tram works.
Does it go all the way back?
I don't know, I'm gonna see. I'll go back the other way as soon as it arrives. Oh, back to the office. Wait, so does this unlock it now for the rest of the things?
Also, a forklift looks like it's going to be one of the, I think it should. I think a forklift's going to be on one of our vehicles.
Wait, who is this guy? Are you bad? Oh, you are. Who are you? There's like a weird guy with a mask and he's like scanning stuff? A rat scanner. The fuck's a rat scanner?
I'll be going soon. I'm sure Frake's worrying about me. No, I want the rat scanner. Stop.
What does that fucking do? Oh my god, it's a weapon. Hilarious. Okay. Yeah, so now the monorail, I think, is open. Oh, I can't go any further, but I can come back now. Okay. So now we've connected manufacturing to the offices with the tram.
Okay.
Tram storage. Oh my gosh, we could say we could put stuff in the tram that we know each time we're gonna go, like some Heelys or whatever.
Yeah.
Clever girl. Cool. Well, yeah, the tram's open now.
Gear back here. You need something, I can make it. You got something to trade. Getting a little low on some necessities back here.
Residence tram. How do we do it? Tell me. Open. Oh, let me kick yours. Oh, there's another portal in here. Yeah, there's another portal in here. It's a jump puzzle. I mean, is it?
Oh, I can't open this door.
Better eat soon.
The portals are so so weird because it's just like normal stuff.
Yeah. Well, the first one wasn't.
Wait, this is literally back. This is literally was just a portal back to like the main office area.
You didn't keep your blood inside.
Yeah, today. The worst water in the world. That's the worst when it tastes nasty.
Oh yeah, and you're like real thirsty.
Nasty.
Bottom left in the bottom right corner is a new backpack for you.
Okay.
Do you want battery drain reduced or weight reduced?
Weight
same size,
reduced, I guess.
Yeah, okay. Well, I think that is going to be it for me. I had a lot of fun. I would like to finish this up or come back to it.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely want to get back into it. I'm literally just
You're more than
trying to get my
you're more than
loot.
welcome to continue and do whatever. I don't really give a shit. Because I think it came out for free on PlayStation today, so I don't know if Platinum it, so I may get suckered in playing even more of it.
Oh no.
But I'll be lurking. Thank you, chat, for listening to me. Thank you, Pink, for playing with me. I hope everyone has a great day.
Thank you for being here. I appreciate it.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, I'm kind of still in the survival craft mood, if I'm being honest. So I might hop on to something else. But I don't know what I want to play. You know what I mean? I didn't get my loot, but that's okay. Alright, how do I... Yes, quit saving world, okay. Alright, I'm gonna take a couple minutes and then we're gonna, I guess, figure out what we're gonna play. So I'll be back in